All right. By the power vested in me by Roxanna, I'm going to take over as chairman for this committee. We are the engineering committee of the Architects and Engineers Board, and we're meeting in room 1B, the Davy Crockett Towers, on Wednesday, August the 7th, 2019. I think we've got a little time. And the notice of this meeting was advertised on the website with the sufficient amount. So we will get started. And the first item on our agendas are applicant reviews. We have 3 of those. Let me try to kind of go process of elimination here. Kathy, why don't you do Hudson Herndon, please?
Okay.
Since Ricky and I both have looked at that one. Ricky Francis.
Okay.
And since I'm on a chairman's choice, and Steve, I'll let you do Mays then. And I'll sit here. Sorry.
That's all right. That's why I thought, well, this one looks
Well,
familiar.
I just missed your name in the middle of this. I saw at the top. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted
I was sitting here going, done. Well, let's start with, facts are the most straightforward, be Herndon, so we'll go ahead and start with it.
Okay, so I reviewed Herndon before today, so just want to get that on the record. And I think Ricky and Robert and I have all looked at it, and Robert and I both commented that we were a little concerned about the stamping issue. So the stamping issue, just to have on the record, is that the candidate took a drawing that had been marked not for construction, made modifications, changed it to remove the not for construction designation, and applied the seal of the PE who was his supervisor, and then issued the drawing to somebody. I don't necessarily remember the facts on that. So the candidate listed his supervisor as a reference, and the supervisor then presented this as one of his concerns on his reference form that he filled out for the candidate. And when I guess between the two of us, this was brought back to the candidate as information via Wanda. And so Wanda received an email from him, a thread, I think it was, included responses from both him and the supervisor. And basically, I didn't see any new information in the thread other than yes, we talked about it afterwards, and I won't do it again. My concern was whether or not the candidate understood the seriousness of what he did, and whether or not, also one of my bigger concerns was that the supervisor seemed to be telling us something that I just got the impression that maybe he had not relayed the seriousness of the issue to the candidate. Maybe I'm reading more into it than is there, but I was worried that the candidate didn't really understand the seriousness of what he had done, and that the supervisor was, because he told us in confidence, and he says in the thread of his email that Wanda received later that it was a confidential piece of information that he was sharing with the board. So maybe he didn't even tell the candidate that he was going to tell the board until after the fact. All of it just made me nervous, because these are exactly the kinds of issues that get people in trouble later on down the road if they don't really understand. So I think Ricky had said approved. Robert had said delay for a year?
Yeah, I said a delay for yes.
Delay for a year, and I had said I just want to know more before I approve it. So open for discussion, I suppose. But that's basic. And I'm not sure that I still feel comfortable yet, but I think it's open for discussion at this point.
I'll explain why I approved. I thought the PE in this situation did exactly the right thing in going through it all, taking the plans back, making the changes and stamping. And so with that description, I felt like this person probably knows more now about stamping than most of the people that we give approval to, because they've actually been through that. And I know the firm is a very reputable firm surrounded by PEs there that take leadership positions. So I felt like that there wasn't a risk, that there wasn't any more of a risk than there ever is, and maybe even less because of this experience. But I also do not mind ever erring on the side of caution. But that's why I felt comfortable, was because of the position he's in and the instruction that I saw that he received.
And I think the reason that I put the year wait is I kind of agree with both points. I was concerned, but I don't know that he was instructed, and I don't know how much instruction any FE gets about stamping until they get the seal, and then they go, oh yeah, I can stamp this now, and I figure it out. I put in a time restriction set out for a year just as kind of an extra reminder, hey, what you did was a pretty serious thing. And I don't know if that's 100% logical or not, but I know that we've made people sit out a year because of or wait a year because we felt a little uncomfortable, they weren't quite ready. And this indicates, and again, he may just be one of the ones that got caught, because his supervisor was a reference, and some others are doing the same thing and not getting caught because they don't realize, ignorance. That was the reason I put in wait a year, just to kind of give a little extra reminder of why important it was, a little extra emphasis to that. So,
Steve, having heard all this, do you have any commentary?
These two people are in the same firm. Are they in the same building?
yeah, I think
Just
one was
much.
on vacation. I think the supervisor may have been on vacation.
I was just trying to figure out how does that even happen? If
Well, I can explain that. You've got a deadline. The IT is working under a PE who's out of the office, and
the intern just didn't know that he should have talked to the registrant before doing that.
evidently, they had kind of finished the design, submitted it not for construction, received some comments, got the setback. The EIT took care of the comments. The PE was not in town and went ahead and issued it for construction. We would have to be interpreting to know whether he knew or not that he shouldn't be doing that. But I can easily see where that happens when somebody gets a phone call that says, I need a set of plans. And for EIT, they would have to know to say, I'm sorry, you can't have your plans today. Use this, but there are a lot of people who don't know that. Unfortunately, I think.
So my confusion still, after I got the email thread, was this. So this is what he says in the letter, is from the candidate, his response to Wanda is, there was a problem issuing a drawing with Mike Mahan's stamp on it while he was out of the office. There was some confusion about whether or not the drawing was ready for construction. Mike himself says Mike Mahan, the PE, says there was a 4-bid drawing package that had my stamp on it. Changes that I was not aware of were made to the drawings, and the not for construction stamp was removed, and for construction was placed without my knowledge. For construction. The drawings were used with my old stamp. I became aware of this when I returned to the office. Hudson, the candidate, and I worked to review the changes, modify, restamp, and reissue the drawing package. To me, I'm reading between the lines there, but it just sounded like me, even when the explanation came back, that the candidate said, hey, this was a big misunderstanding and ain't no big deal. And I felt like the PE said, some things were done that shouldn't have been done. And he just made it sound like it was a little more intentional than the candidate. So that's why I still wasn't comfortable with it, or else I would have replied earlier. So. Because even when the PE came back in the office, he said there were additional modifications that were made. So the drawings that went out, to me, were never reviewed by a PE to see that they were ready to go out, and that the candidate just took the initiative of himself to send the drawings out, to change the drawings and remove the not for construction stamp and send them out, which means that he went to the PE's office and got the PE stamp out of his drawer or his desk or something and put it on there. I mean, all those things are, like you said, he may really, really understand now that what he did was wrong, and some people don't understand, but that takes guts.
Might have been a digital.
Yeah.
Oh, you think it? Yeah. Well,
That's the way drawings go together.
Wow.
The person doing the draftsman sticks a seal in there, and they stick a signature in there and a date.
That's true.
And also, we don't really know that he acted on his own. I mean, he could have had instruction from some project manager or something. We've got to get that set out. I mean, we just don't. We don't know. I guess my But my thought is, it was very clearly explained to him based on the PE's correspondence. I don't think there'd be a question
Yeah.
in
Well,
the candidate's mind.
and the one thing that I totally agree with you is that the firm that they both work for has a great reputation, and they have lots of people in that firm who have been in leadership positions and have represented the industry in front of the legislature
Right.
and done a great job of assisting with ethical issues and whatnot, and been on panels. And so all of that, I think, are contributing factors that would help me feel more comfortable with it. But I'm just explaining why I hesitated and why I don't just jump in at this point and say, oh yeah, the slam dunk. So we want a motion, or how do we want
Yeah,
to?
I mean, really, it just needs one you to sign it, but we can have a motion, because it's just us three to weigh in on it.
Who's us three? I can't remember. Us three. Sorry, Steve. I was thinking you were.
That's why I'm over here in the corner.
Okay, well, having discussed it all and given Ricky's explanation for why he approved it, I'd be willing to approve it at this point. So,
I will. Already signed it, so we're good, right? Okay. All right, thank you all. The next one is Francis.
Okay, the the description here is that there's a deficiency in general education, 15 hours with qualifying degree. Everything else it's I'm not sure where the degree is from. Ain Shams University. I'm not sure where that is, but first job was in Saudi Arabia, so I'm thinking maybe Saudi Arabia, but a lot of engineering hours beyond what, it's kind of similar to what we see with foreign degrees, 90 hours of engineering or so instead of what we require, but no really general education. And so in adding up the hours, I'm kind of coming up with the same thing that Wanda has, that he is 6 credit hours short, and that's taken credit for experience in this country. It looked to me like he worked in Saudi Arabia until about 2000 or 2001. So when you use the formula there, you get about 6 years credit for that and 3 years for the citizenship test. So that leaves 6 hours short. And looking at, and so he was asked to submit anything else that might be considered humanities. And what he's submitted is a lot of what looks like would be continuing education for technical issues, which I don't think qualifies for humanities. I think I've read somewhere it really needs to be something that's more about culture. But it does look like there was a course for Center for English as a Second Language. And so I think we could give some credit for that, but I didn't see a clue how many hours that might be worth. But if we just said 3 for that, and we're looking for, say, another 3, the only other thing I see that we might consider in all this, like continuing education, is a course on C12K, the New Millennium, your understanding of the team assessment and development process. It's kind of more of leadership skills. It's almost like a management course. I'm not sure whether that qualifies for humanities or not, but I kind of think that it does not. So it looks to me like we'd need to find out about that language course that was taken for let me see what page it's on. page 28 of this information, just what kind of credit was that it looks like that might have been a semester or something like that based on the evidence, but I don't know how many hours that,
It looks like 4 months, you're right.
something like that. Let's see what that might be worth. That could be, it says continue. When I look at our chart about equivalency, continuing education, and ethics, humanities, it looks like that is, you can earn up to 15 PDHs per year, and PDH is a contact hour, really, not a semester hour. So that might easily have the other 3 right there, or the other 6 really, with that course. If it looks like that was at least 6 hours. Am I seeing that right, one on the?
It just looks like it's about 4 months. It says current term, 8/20 to 12/12.
4 months.
Yeah. But I don't know. It may just meant once a month or something. You never don't know how many hours it is.
And looking at this sheet, it looks like it's counting PDHs.
But it says he enrolled,
Unless they probably did like reading at the first part of it and something. They probably did different sections at different times. So, it may only be a month. I don't know.
I think if we could confirm that he had at least 6 hours of class time, that would put him at 15. And beyond that, there's something said in the. This says application is ready for review because he is still pending references from 2 active PEs.
yes, it's not ready for review yet.
Okay, so
Trying to get the education straight.
okay, so I think if he could confirm that that's at least 6 hours of class time with that language, and if it's not, he'd need to make that up, whatever the difference is, and then have 2 more PE references. I think that's a status.
Ricky, I think in keeping with what you just said, page 29, which is the next course that he says he took,
Okay.
I had to look it up to even know what it is, but comprehensive industrial course in the preparation of parenteral products. That has to do with nutritional intravenous feeding of patients who can't absorb enough nutrition via tube feeding, et cetera. To me, that probably has some non-engineering technical value, some cultural, aging, care of hospital population type stuff. I'm just guessing at what all that means, just what I just learned on the internet about it. But looks like this guy's got some stuff. Maybe if we could.
Maybe so. What page? I don't have that page.
It's the very next page. You said page 28 was the second
29.
English as second language.
Right there.
It's the next page.
It's parental or whatever that.
Oh, I thought that was just a nice picture of the class. I didn't see the course under there.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's
Okay.
in the picture. I didn't look for him in the picture. Victor
I was
Francis.
just
There it is.
enjoying
Yeah,
the class picture there.
yeah, he's the guy on the front row with the blue shirt.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I scoped out the name.
Comprehensive industrial course in the preparation of parenteral products, if I said it correctly, but I'm Southern, so who knows.
So that we could find out how many hours.
That was a full week course. It's got, that's a pretty intense, but again, I think it probably has something other than engineering in it. It's probably got some cultural stuff that would help him qualify.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right. Sounds like he's got a little work to do to get some information back to us then. All right. Mays, please, Mr. King.
This is a. Like his degree is 8 hours short of general education, so I was doing a similar thing that Ricky was doing, looking down the this to see if he can get there. He did tell Wanda he'd passed the citizenship test, but you don't have the documentation yet.
He sent something, but his name was nowhere on it. So,
That would have to be verified, but that's 3 of his 8. Then if I'm reading this properly, he has the 2 publications, which would get him 2 more hours, and presentation, he has more than 2 presentations, so that would get him 2 more hours. So I've got him at 7, and he needs 8.
I think
That
we've
makes
got
sense.
We have the,
waiving.
yeah, we can waive 1 hour.
Yeah. Really, all he needs to do is give us a real citizenship. This is for my clarification, and I'm not trying to open a can of worms, but he did sign his email EIT, and he's not done that yet. And I know that internal to factories, internal to industry, we can use terms, right? I mean, you can be a sanitation engineer, whatever you want to be.
I saw that too, Robert, and I don't really think we want to go there. I mean, you all may disagree with me, but if we have enough trouble trying to regulate the term engineer. He has passed the exam. He's just applying for the certification in Tennessee, if I understand this properly. Is that correct?
Okay. But it's just a little,
Yeah. So our law, I don't think, attorneys, says anything about whether you can refer to yourself as an EIT or an engineering intern. So I saw that too, but
I know. Well, again, I'm not trying to
ignored it.
open up anything. It's just, you look for things that kind of can give somebody a little bit of guidance that says, don't trip yourself up later on down the road by doing something stupid.
If he had assigned an engineer on a document that went outside his company, then I would think that's a problem.
It does make me feel a little better that he's already passed the FE test. Might be,
As far as
yeah.
NCAAS, I guess they consider him an engineering intern. But I agree, it's somewhat confusing.
Anyway, especially when you've got applied mechanics engineer right after it, so. All right. So we've got the path forward for everybody. Citizenship, we know what we're doing here. Okay, good. Thank you all very much. And so we're going to be at 11 o'clock, which it's about an hour and a half, isn't it?
So that means we can skip
go on to
around
the
on
next
our
one.
agenda. We've
That's
got
what I was-
definitions. We have plenty of work. We just knew we didn't want them here too early to where
Yeah.
we didn't wrap this up. So, Robert, acting as the chairman, I think,
Let's go on to the NCAAS,
You've
if
got
that's
it.
okay.
yes, absolutely. And I don't think on your iPads I've added anything. I know at the last time we discussed quite a bit on the motions that are coming up, so it's open to additional discussion. I did add on the iPads, it's the second document. We had asked for some research on what NCAAS was doing with the technical degree. And so that's in there if you want to discuss it kind of at this time, but it's open to review since we know the meeting is coming up.
Is that under,
Go back to your library and you'll find it under Engineering Committee Material.
page?
So the piece with, I'll give you the page number here in a second. I had it. Is where the criteria for engineering versus engineering technology starts.
Go ahead, Ricky.
could I backtrack just a second because I think I said something incorrectly here, and as I am able to look at it a little further, the way we give credit for activity to become humanities credit, I was just in haste, looked at it wrong. The course for instance, that this applicant wants to count.
Are we addressing Mr. Hayes? Dr. Hayes?
No, we're just
I'm
Francis.
sorry. Francis.
Okay,
What
I apologize. Thank you.
Whoever, right. The language course, the PDHs, you would need 15 PDHs to be equivalent to 1 credit. And I didn't put all that together when I was looking at it. I was thinking PDHs just added to the total, and it doesn't. So I think the most that he could get out of that language course is 1 credit. And so that would leave him a couple short, and maybe what Kathy saw on that other course might be another credit, which would probably leave him an hour short. And at that point, he's within the 3 hours that it says we could waive. So I just wanted to correct that. That came out wrong about the difference between PDHs and CEUs.
Thank you very much. Good, yeah. All right. Page 16, right?
Correct.
So we have the engineering versus engineering technology.
That will be discussed at the meeting, so hopefully this gives us some additional.
So I'll start off. This is probably a non-NCWS thing. And since I will not be there, I'll go ahead and weigh in on what I think. And I believe I've said this before. I think this board is going to have to look at equivalency to other paths to getting somebody licensed. Engineering technology, master's degrees, those things are 2 that I know of right now. And kind of let me explain. We've put a year's restriction on a master's degree, for instance. I think I provided some information that Louisiana is doing, and I'll use master's degrees as a better example. If your master's degree is in mathematics and you get a if your undergraduate in mathematics and you get a master's, in engineering, you're probably pretty well prepared to be the engineering. Get a undergraduate degree in forestry services and you go get a master's in engineering, that's probably not good enough. And so I think the same thing probably applies on engineering technology, is that we need to figure out what will be comparable and what gets us to where we believe we can protect the safety of the citizens, because the technology degree is a fairly narrow focused doer degree. And my fear is with that is it doesn't let them address other facets of what engineering is, and so they don't know what they don't know, kind of thing. And that's my fear, is it's so focused on this CAD program or this or that we don't get the wide range of stuff. But there is a point in your career where you've been exposed to a lot of things and you start to know what you don't know, even in a technology sense. We have this come up every once in a while. Legislatively, we have the master's thing that comes up every once in a while legislatively. And I just want to make sure that we are not getting something legislatively shoved down our throat that doesn't adequately protect the citizens of the state of Tennessee, when we may have another way to solve that problem that we can kind of propose as a solution. Did that make any sense at all? And I think that we need to, as a board, be thinking about that. I don't know that we're there. This motion, I agree with kind of what the NCAA has said. Without some real clarification and some understanding of what limitations or not limitations or what you get and don't get, I'm not sure we're ready to make those judgments. But I think this board needs to be prepared to look at those combinations of undergraduate and graduate degrees, or technology and time in the profession, or something. And because we are we've just seen it too many times where it's something, one person, one legislator, and all of a sudden we've got a law on the books that we may or may not feel comfortable with licensing people that are under those criteria. So we need to be shut up. Go ahead, Ricky.
This was discussed at the at our regional meeting in the spring, and it made me feel a little more comfortable hearing the discussion, that it's not simply a discussion of, are we going to start approving applications for people for applicants with engineering technology degrees. It's a pathway. It's allowing them a pathway to be approved, and that could be either what's called a technology degree that, when you look at the courses, is equivalent to an engineering curriculum, or if there are 3 or 4 classes that would make it equivalent, that they could take those classes. And right now, with our law, they could not be approved if they got a technology degree and then took calculus 2 and 3 and thermo, whatever they needed to be equivalent. We couldn't approve them because they don't have that base degree. But allowing a pathway to get there, that I think is what the discussion was about, and that made me feel a little more comfortable that the standards weren't dropping. It was just figuring out a way to get that done. Does that make sense?
Maybe I'm not reading this right, but it appears to me that in David Cox's email back to Roxana, the committee is recommending or the Education Committee is recommending that they adopt the motion that the 2 degrees are equivalent. That's what it says.
I need to read.
That's in
But the board did not endorse it.
the board does not endorse.
The board does not endorse it. The
Right.
committee recommended it, and the
But-
board said we couldn't agree.
But I guess it's still coming before, so there's
That's
going
right.
to be discussion
Right.
that you all are going to hear that.
It could get passed.
And I don't agree with that at all, that they're equivalent. Now, I do agree with Robert that, and we've talked about this for several years, both with masters and other kind of degrees like technology, that we're always concerned about something being dictated to us by the legislature. And I know some technology degree folks that work for consultants that have learned how to practice very well. So,
Steve, what you said is not exactly what they said. I don't think, and I just want to make sure we're all understanding what their recommendation is. It says, because of more program-specific flexibility, these programs often have blah, 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 blah. The sentence above that have where is it? Now I lost it. Okay. After much discussion and debate, the committee agreed that the ETAC ABET degree that also meets the NCAAS education standard should be included as a pathway. That's different than just saying that an ETAC degree is equivalent and should lead toward registration. Are we seeing the same? I want to make sure because we're going to vote on this.
Where is that sentence?
It's halfway down the first
it's
paragraph.
also in the motion, but I'm not real clear on what the NCAAS engineering education standard is. But I guess they're saying if the technology degree meets that standard, then we consider that.
If it has the calculus-based sciences and all that stuff, it's a sentence that starts with, after much discussion and debate. And it says, agree that the ETAC/ABET degree that also meets the engineering education standard should be allowed as a pathway to registration. And at least they qualified it a little bit there. They didn't just say, if you have a technology degree, you're good to go. I just want to make sure we agree on what we're reading, because we are going to have to. I mean, it is going to come up for vote. It's just that the board didn't endorse it.
what that says? What that NCAAS education standard is?
Well, it's the standard that we use to judge everybody relative to the one that Wanda uses,
Is it
basically.
an ABET degree?
It is an,
An
yeah.
engineering ABET degree?
It's the number of science courses, it's the number of engineering courses, it's the number of humanities, it's a and I think the NCAAS standard is a slightly different than the ABET standard, because the ABET standard is an outcomes-based standard and the NCAAS is a
Programmatic.
it's how many courses do you have in this,
Right.
how many courses
Right.
do you have in that. And so they're slightly different, but when they evaluate a degree, if you don't have ABET accreditation, then the NCAAS evaluates that degree based on 32 math class or whatever, 32 this, 26 of this, and so determine deficiency or not. I'm going to give my opinion. I think we vote against this right now, and here's why. I don't know if that pathway has been defined well enough to understand what. That's a great statement to make, is that if it meets the NCAAS a pathway, but I think more discussion needs to be had on what that pathway looks like, so that, because what you don't want to have happen, we're going to be in the same situation. So let's say that, let's use Kentucky as an example. Say Kentucky says, well, if you've got one of these degrees and it's meets the NCAAS education standard, and all you got to do is work the prerequisite amount of time, get 4 years experience, and you're ready to go. But yet we don't think that's right. We think you need 10 years experience, or we think something. Then somebody's going to turn around and say, here's what Kentucky's doing. Why can't you do the same thing? And we're going to end up being potentially in the same loop, as far as pressure being done to do something that's not vetted like we think it should be. So that would be my advice, to vote against it right now until that pathway is more defined.
Well, I was thinking that we have had technology applicants in the past, and we've told them that if they supplement their degree to make it equivalent to the ABET degree, that we would accept it. Is that not true?
Yeah, but I think they also had a lot of experience. I mean, most of them had, we were evaluating their experience just in a vacuum, I suppose, but it wasn't a standard. We just need to see what we're comfortable with, and I don't know what that is yet. But I think you're right, but I don't know that we've ever had any that took us up on that.
I don't remember that we have either, but I remember talking about that this is the missing things in a specific technology degree that would need to be satisfied.
Yeah.
And I think if they satisfied that, I don't know whether that's a Dr. Smith thing or how that works, but I think in the end we would declare that's equivalent ABET degree and let them proceed.
My memory is like Robert's, that was, say, an applicant who's been doing actual engineering work for 20 years and allow a couple of classes to be made up. I don't think we've get a raft of people who just graduated their applications with technology degrees. I don't remember getting that, because I think that's understood that.
I don't either, but theoretically, if you got one and it was determined by someone that with supplemental courses that it was equivalent, why wouldn't we accept it?
And that's where I kind of agree with what Robert's saying is that's this pathway term is, I think, very flexible. And I agree with the concept of pathway. That just says there is a way that the people with this degree can qualify.
That's why I brought that up, because I don't know that motion is really saying anything then, because
There's currently a pathway.
Yeah. I don't know about other states, but I think that if this NCAAS education requirement is the ABET engineering degree, accredited degree, and someone meets that, they're pretty close to a ABET degree already. So what's this really saying then?
Well, our rule doesn't say that. It doesn't say if you've got a technology degree, you can take some other courses to make up the difference. I think our rule says technology degrees do not qualify.
Correct.
Period. So that's why I think the motion does have meaning, because whatever we did was discretionary. I think rules-wise, if this, at some point, we probably want to develop something in the rules that would define that pathway.
And let me kind of back up on what we have done. And I think the statement was not that you go take classes and make up for it. I think we said if you can go back to the university and get them to say that your classes were something that they would accredit on an ABET registrar's office at a university, then I know we've said that before, then you could apply that. But here's the whole, I think we all kind of agreeing with the same thing. I think it's a little, I agree with you, disingenuous to say we're going to accept a foreign degree.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah. That's not ABET accredited, but you can prove that it meets either an NCAAS or an ABET standard, but yet we're not going to accept a technology degree that meets the exact same standard. I think that's disingenuous. I agree. And then maybe we just don't need to say anything about experience other than it will be evaluated based on what your experience is. But that's going to require that we change our law, because our law says no technology degrees. It doesn't say technology, and if it's NCAAS equivalent or ABET equivalent, it doesn't say that. So we're almost left right now at you get a technology degree, we don't even think about it anymore. But again, I still think it's disingenuous when we'll take a foreign degree that has deficiencies. I mean, we've just gone over some of those, and we'll try to find some way to shoehorn that in there if they'll meet this standard or that standard. But yet we've got somebody that's been practicing here for 30 years that lacks a calculus class that they could go take and meet the ABET standard, and we wouldn't allow them to do it. I just think there's something not kosher about that.
Seems to me like a possible direction this is going, in the future, is that the rule that we have about technology degrees ends up being potentially be amended to read as this does, that if it is equivalent to an engineering, however it's worded here, that if it also meets a NCES, or however we want to say, an engineering education standard, that it can be considered. I think that kind of amendment might be what we're looking at in the future. And if it's the same curriculum, I don't know why we would have a problem with it.
I'm easily on board with that. I've actually employed. Have you guys employed engineering technologist degrees? I have over the years. We use them. A lot of those people come into the engineering and construction inspection industry. So I've had dozens of those, and they're fabulous employees, and they do fabulous work. Generally speaking, their program doesn't even come close. I mean, there is no higher level mathematics. It's CAD operations, it's trigonometry, it's note-taking and understanding standards, and frankly, a lot of them come out understanding the IBC and the IRC a lot better than engineers do, because that's what they're looking at all the time. So it has a place, but based on personal experience, I don't think any of them have ever even expressed to me a desire to get an engineering license. They went and did what they could do. They're not looking to do something else. If they have a technology degree that is truly equivalent to the engineering standard, how can we say no? That is such hypocrisy. So I think we need to consider that. If that's what's in our law, then that needs to be changed to at least accept that. But a technology degree on its face being equivalent, there's no way that's going to fly in the industry, because everybody who becomes familiar with it knows it's not true. But if it already meets the standards, that's a slam dunk. I think we need to take that up as an issue. Now, whether or not we want to vote it down because it might open a can of worms, I think we need further discussion on that.
I'm not going to be there. You discussed the.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so who's with me?
Okay, well, I thought we were talking about a motion and something we'd vote on today.
I think Robert was talking about whether or not we support this
Oh, I see.
amendment at the annual meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, because you're going to have to.
We gotta vote on
We need to
this.
talk
I
about
got
it
it.
in here before we.
Yeah,
go
this is going to
forward.
be
Okay.
proposed
This'll be
as a motion and a voting issue at the annual meeting next week. But with regard to what we've talked about for state of Tennessee law, I guess we would ask staff to make note that that's something that in our next round of rule changes,
And it's there because it is rule, not law.
It's
So I've
rule.
got it noted that we will put it in the pipeline.
I think that's
Because we quote it all the time.
it's a slam dunk. I mean, that's an easy one. I just don't think there's many of them out there. I bet you if you did a complete inventory of all technology degree programs that are out there, the ones that meet the same as an engineering ABET standard, I mean, why wouldn't they get an engineering ABET standard, certification? So, all right. So, do we want to continue to talk about this as to whether or not we're going to support
Yeah, I
this?
think we need. I think you, before you go in the thing and understand again, the way you read this and in your statement on the sentence is right, but the way you read this is they are. The impression is that they're all the same, and that's not. When they start out and say, well, current ETAC and EAC ABET require similar student outcomes for their bachelor's program, criteria value professional registration of its faculty, blah, 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 blah. I just don't think that's exactly right. I don't think that's, and you just said it, they don't require similar outcomes. They don't require similar this. So if we're going to address the issue, let's address it and not try to fluff it up and make it, but let's just
something
say,
that it's not. Yeah.
hey, if they can meet here's our thing, if they can meet the engineering standard, they've got a technology degree, there needs to be a pathway going forward and boom, be done with it. But I don't know that's what they're saying. I mean, it's almost like they're saying, oh yeah, right now they're all equivalent, so we're all fine. And,
Can I be politically incorrect?
yeah.
So a lot of these education committee amendments that come up are driven by the faculty side of NCWS. And we all know that there's a lot of faculty representation on the NCWS boards. And this is, I've heard them talk about it, is when I say they, faculty representatives want their programs, the technology programs, to be recognized as equivalent to the engineering programs. And that's why they say it. Currently, the criteria require similar outcomes. The criteria value professional registration. The faculty teach the technical courses that have a theoretical foundation focused on application and practice of engineering. That's written by, I can assure you, educators. The educators want the programs that they are teaching to be considered the equivalent of an engineering degree. So take that into consideration, and I know because I've listened to them talk about this before. So for whatever that's worth.
Sorry, I was.
No. I think the way this is written, maybe I'm just interpreting it as more clear than it is, with the statements that it meets and is vetted against the most recent engineering education standard. I don't really have a reason not to approve it. And I look down at the paragraph about why the board of directors does not endorse the motion, and just in looking at that, examining it, it says the ones who are against it they don't agree with the entire concept of allowing technology degrees to qualify for initial licensure. Well, so take that one. I don't really agree with that, because if it's a technology degree that meets exactly the engineering curriculum, I don't have a problem. I don't think I can have a
Agreed.
problem with that.
I totally agree.
So I think that first reason for not endorsing is kind of fluffy. Then others were okay with the changes, except for the requirement that the ETAC degrees also having to meet the requirements of the engineering standard. Let's see. Others agreed with the proposed amendments. I think where I land is if as long as they say that it is equivalent to an engineering, I just don't have a reason not to approve it. But if it doesn't have that statement in there, then I certainly would not approve it. That's kind of where I am right now.
So let's read the original motion, and all this discussion may be then mute because it just may be poorly written or slanted.
Are you going to read the introduction to the motion?
Yeah, this says move that, I'm going to read where it says,
And make sure you include the part that it says, below is the Education Committee's
yeah,
motion.
yeah, rationale, below is Education Committee's motion, rationale, and NCWS board position. Again, just reading the motion. Move that the UPLG committee be charged with incorporating the following language into model law and model rules. I skipped over 130, whatever. And to further make modifications throughout the model law and model rules to include the general premise that an ETAC ABET degree that has been vetted against the most recent NCWS engineering education standard is allowed to satisfy the education requirements for engineering licensure. When I read that, I don't have any. That's what we're talking about,
That right.
right? I mean, that's what probably gives me heartburn is when they open their mouth further and start talking about the rationale about how everything's the same, and it's
Well,
just
And because this is coming out of the Engineering Committee,
the education committee,
the Education Committee,
they believe that,
they
right?
believe that, but there's going to be somebody else from a different committee that stands up and asks the question. That's where it's going to fall apart. Is well, if your education criteria is exactly the same as EAC
Right.
ABET,
give them
then why do we need two certifying agencies? So
Why don't you just give them an engineering degree and be done?
exactly.
Yep.
But this is going down that slippery slope of the general premise that blah, 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 because eventually they'll want to modify that language and take that out.
Yeah.
And then they just want to go with ETAC is equivalent.
Again, the way the motion stated,
The way
I
the
have
motion
no
stated.
problem with it. But then they open their mouth and start the rationale, and it just falls on its face. So,
I found that NCWS education standard, and it's a few paragraphs compared to what ABET is. So
It ain't ever going to be the same.
long ways from ABET. my brief,
So-
my opinion from my brief investigation.
So are we saying that if it were worded differently to say, instead of saying vetted against NCEES, Engineering Education Standard, if it was vetted against EAC ABET requirements, would that make us feel more comfortable?
I don't know how we can, I don't know what makes us feel, I'm just, we take things that are against the NCAAS engineering standard, not ABET standard.
Sure.
I mean, we take them against the ABET standard, but if it's a foreign degree, we evaluate it based on the NCAAS engineering standard, unless they've been ABET accredited. So we've got those two standards that we use in our evaluation. So I don't know that we can kick one of them out just
Yeah,
for this purpose, but accept it for the other purpose. Even though I think our hearts are in the right place, I just don't know that we can do that.
Maybe it depends when it gets to the floor of what the discussion is and how it ends up being worded. If it's worded just like this, I'd make a motion that we approve. But if they add some other slippery slope language in there, then I would not vote to approve.
I think I wouldn't vote to approve because this is just talking about the equivalency of the degrees. The degrees are not equivalent based on what I'm reading here. So if you're going to talk about the degree, you need to talk about additional experience with that technology degree that meets this standard. That needs to get in the equation. Otherwise, some state will go away and declare that they're equivalent, and then that might come to us later on. But I think you got to talk about experience with this too.
Well, a
Unless,
technology,
unless we don't think that's proper because that's not how we do foreign degrees. But typically with a foreign degree, somebody's coming with experience. They're not just coming right out of school. I don't know. I think we got to be careful. I think we want to determine a pathway to let them in. I think we agree on that, but I don't think I want to say that a technology degree that meets the NCAA standard is the same.
Oh, we vote against it as it is. The rationale kind of kicks it in the teeth.
no, if it was right in front of me today and it was exactly the way it is written,
Yeah.
I would probably vote in favor.
It-
I'm just concerned that there's a lot more hidden agenda and a lot more hidden interpretation that people will, if it's voted on, they will take it away, as Steve said, and use it to try to implement something in their state, which then those people who receive registration in their state come to our state and say, what the heck's wrong with you?
You know, there's 30 states right now that accept the E ETAC
It's coming either way.
degree. So we're going to get those.
Yep, no
coming
doubt about it.
applicants, and we already have. Hearing Steve's statement, it makes me wonder if we could put this thing, that this proposed language that we're going to vote on, if we could send that to Dr. Smith and get his thoughts on it, that might be valuable just to know what he thinks about that.
Oh, that's a great idea.
At least ask the question if it doesn't come up.
Equivalency question.
Well, ask the question about, are you talking about the same number of years' experience before you let them in, or should it be more?
'Cause I hear what you're saying, and that's absolutely pertinent, that they may not be equivalent, even though it says equivalent. But then I hear what Robert's saying is, it's not how we treat foreign degrees, and we get them from, we get them from schools that call it technology degree. You know, it's just a word, but we deem it, when we look at it, as an engineering curriculum against the NCES standard. So I guess there are different types of technology degrees in this country too.
Well, and I think it goes against, we're doing this definition of engineering, and we need to see if that experience is engineering experience, because what you described is really inspection and testing experience, a lot of it, and that's a totally different process than engineering experience, and we need to make sure that we're not opening the door just for inspectors and program managers or project managers just because they've got an easy, whatever the technology degree is, and I just think we need more discussion, and I think we ought to hold off on what we're doing. Plus, you're mad because probably the head of the education committee is your friend.
I think that's him.
I hate that. Yeah, when he gets up to make a presentation, please let me know.
Put Robert. Would they,
Hold your phone up.
allow that? Have me walk up to the microphone and have you on it?
Just have a video on him and have a video on split screen with Kathy while he's talking. Oh, man. Discussion. I think I agree on the surface it's that way, but when you look at the rationale, I don't think that's what their intent is, and that scares me.
Well, I don't really want to go on record as deciding today what we're going to vote.
If we could get Dr. Smith's thoughts, I think it would help us. And
Wanda,
then-
can we get that in a week?
Okay, what exactly do you want me to ask you a question?
Okay, so I think this, on page 16 of our engineer committee material,
You just sent him that email that Roxana got.
Yeah.
there's an email from David Cox to
Yeah.
Roxana, and what we're going to vote on is the very, the second paragraph is the motion. And what we would like to know is his opinion on the motion. I know he wasn't part of all this discussion about,
That may
looking
be
at foreign
better.
degrees and
That
everything,
might
but
be
that
better, yeah.
just, it would, even so, just looking at the words.
Objective.
Because that's a way it's going to be viewed in the future, is not with all this discussion. It's
That's
just
right.
based on those words right
That's
there.
right. That's exactly right. And Wanda, if you can just let him know with regard to that, Ricky, if you agree, him to give as much detailed response as he can. He does such a great job of giving us all of those equivalency judgments, but he's usually, for good reason, he's very precise. And it might help us a little bit more if he gives more depth to his explanation.
I'm thinking we wait and see what Dr. Smith might have to say, and then we see how the discussion goes.
Agree. Yeah. Good. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Du-du-du-du-du.
What we have is actually in front of it. It got loaded twice accidentally on the iPad. So as far as the iPads and the information, I think we just have what the fire marshal, what Mr. Cameron is going to present. So you're on to your definitions, which gives you all, I think, some time now and then possibly afterwards when we'll have to stop for the presentation that they've got in their question.
Well, that's the only NCAAS thing that's going
Correct.
to be
I
kind
think
of
that's the only thing we had pending from the last
Okay.
meeting that we wanted
Okay.
follow-up and.
It'd be do you know if this meeting, are they going to give us a presentation on Engineers Without Borders? What great stuff they've done this year?
I don't know. I would imagine so, since funds were distributed, and it was very clear that the full annual meeting should have an update on that piece, but I don't think they've put it on the agenda that I could see.
Yeah, that's what, it may not be on the agenda, would be my guess. They're going to try to slide that one in.
Did I take duct tape from my mouth?
No, I think what you did last year was perfectly appropriate, and I think that all the feedback that I've heard from different people in different arenas, that organization has got some real structural issues, and I don't know that our contribution to their marketing campaign is going to help that, nor do I believe that we're getting a boatload of new engineers because of that organization. I think we're getting a bunch of students who want to try to make a difference in whatever field they're in, and that's all well and good, but that's everybody I've talked to seem to have the same comments. They never meet budget. Their projects are not viable. All kinds of stuff like that. And again, our contribution to that, their marketing campaign, doesn't seem to solve that structural problem. But anyway, but it would be interesting to see if they say anything about this year. I bet they don't.
I'll videotape it for you.
Please do.
Okay.
And do the split screen thing with the response from the president at the same time when you do that.
All right, so we want to talk about engineering definition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's not on your iPad,
But everybody does have the paper.
but everybody has
Yes.
hard copy.
Yes.
So you should have a hard copy of a one-page front and back engineering definition version 2.0. Steve, I'm sorry that you weren't part of our conversation the other day. Oh, no, you were. I'm sorry, Robert. Ricky. Who was it?
Yes, it was
Ricky.
me.
Sorry.
I
Okay.
apologize.
That's okay. So I'm trying to track these documents. You should have received a document before we had the conference call on Friday that was a version, it didn't say a version on it, but I'm considering that version 1.0. So this is version 2.0 and includes changes made based on the conversations that we had. So I'm just going to briefly run through it to give you kind of a background of how it's set up and what's included and what's not. And my hope would be that we have additional changes, edits, modifications, et cetera, that we want to make after today, and we can come away with a version 3.0 that we can continue to work with. Just as an aside, the definition committee is set to meet at 2 o'clock today, but I haven't received any information from any of them that they have done anything else since the last board meeting. We'll see. This might be the thing that we put on the table today that helps everybody else, I don't know. But that, I don't have anything to share with you with regard to an architectural definition or anything like that. So we'll see where we go. So in general, as a reminder, for the record, what we did was we talked about wanting a definition, and then I put together 2 states' worth of a definition as a starting point, and those 2 states, because almost all the other states have a definition, were Florida and Texas. And the reason I chose those 2 was that, number one, they seem to be similar to what I thought reflected a lot of our informal conversations over the past couple of years. And then they also had format differences, so that Florida, for instance, was more of a narrative description of what engineering was, and Texas was more of a bulletized listing of what engineering consisted of. So kind of trying to take both approaches, and that's just my style, is to take lots of stuff and then try to boil it down to something more succinct by virtue of eliminating duplications of words and paragraphs and meanings and thoughts. So out of that, we ended up with a document on Friday that we talked about over the phone, and with a lot of input that was really, really helpful to me, we did get rid of some paragraphs, and we did get rid of some descriptions and whatnot. And then we also tidied up the list of, I want to say there was 11 items that were bulletized on the Texas list. So we kind of refined them a little bit more, and now we have 13 on the proposed engineering definition list. But let me just say, that, again, this is not at all intended to be final. This is a discussion document. So I look forward to getting more feedback from you all today. And having said all that, I'll just open it up for discussion. Ricky, especially from you, because you weren't party to the conversation on Friday. But what are y'all thinking now that we've had a chance to marinate on this for almost a week?
Two comments. I'm looking at our AE board website, and we wrote a policy in 2014 is on commissioning of engineered systems, and it was written just to say pretty plainly that the board considers commissioning of an engineered system to be the practice of engineering or something like that. And there are elements, when I look at these 13 points under the practice of engineering, there are some things that could be interpreted where if somebody were commissioning engineered systems and they were not registered, that we might use. But it might be handy to have one of these say what we've said in our policy, pretty much, that commissioning of engineered systems what's considered, just because it is a pretty big segment now of the kind of consulting world, but it's also a easy place where people who are not registrants can kind of occupy that same spot, and the public doesn't know really what they're dealing with there. It could be somebody who, with a high school degree. So I would suggest that for our consideration, to add commissioning to that list. And the other thing is I'm hoping there's a discussion, and there may have been Friday, about the including incidental practice of architecture, because what I'm concerned with how this will change. Right now, let's say a structural engineer can do the plans for a concrete block building on a plant and the roof for it, and all of that is okay. It'll have an engineer stamp on it. And I wonder if, now that we're taking this step, if we don't say something about incidental practice of architecture, if an engineer has those plans for a building, concrete block building, and it's got egress considerations and it's building code, are we now going to discipline that engineer for doing architecture? So, and I think we don't want to do that. I think we want to still allow those kind of structures to be done by engineers if they have that expertise, and so that's why feel a little uncomfortable if we don't say something about the practice, some kind of practice of architecture. I know that's difficult, but I don't think we're ready to start disciplining engineers who do those kind of buildings.
Yeah, I think that was the general consensus, that we needed something in there, and Stuart suggested the Utah definition of the incidental practice of architecture, so we kind of wanted to discuss that, but I didn't have it at my fingertips that I could print off and bring. So do we have that, or Stuart, did you look at that anymore, or?
Yeah.
So I don't have access to a whole lot of printing capability right now, so I looked at it, but I couldn't print it off and share it with it. I mean, I didn't even put it into a Word document because I'd have to retype the whole thing.
Oh, no.
So, did you look at it anymore after Friday by chance? You had just said, you thought that was a good is that right? You
Right,
felt like
yeah.
that was a good definition?
I think it's a good definition to include,
Okay.
but I could print it off.
Or it was specifically the incidental practice of architecture
Okay, great.
paragraph?
It was very specific as what you just said.
Okay.
Yep. So, maybe we could get that, and then tomorrow morning we could hand that around as part of because I think that's something that's going to have to be agreed to with the architects. Is that a fair statement? Yeah. So if we can get that, Roxana, if we can make that part of tomorrow's conversation, the Utah definition for incidental practice, and get that out for everybody. And then if the architects say, yeah, that sounds good, then I would suggest we want to include it in that listing. Ricky, on number 13, it talks about the surveying incidental to the practice of engineering. And so we were thinking right in there we would also say architecture incidental to the practice of, is that what you were thinking? Okay. So if we can get that in front of us tomorrow, that would be a great discussion with the architect. Actually, this afternoon would be even better if we could talk with the architects with it at the 2 o'clock meeting.
Stuart has it. We'll go ahead and print it. That way everybody has paper. And then this afternoon, before we end the definitions, we can decide what do we want
What do we
have
want to
for
do
the full
tomorrow morning
meeting.
with it? Okay.
And I can do it overnight.
Okay. Does that sound good, Ricky? Yeah. Okay.
I think that when we first started talking about having a definition, and we felt like architecture and engineering were kind of hitched to each other, and I think this was one reason why, if there's an incidental practice of architecture that's going to be in engineering, there'd be a companion incidental practice of engineering and architecture, and would like to have those kind of fit together pretty,
Right.
to be something that looks like the same board came up.
Right.
With those
And
two.
something that is reflective of what we've always practiced on
Correct.
this board.
Right.
That, if you're qualified and you do a little engineering, Mr. Architect, that's great.
Yeah, if
And-
you can answer our questions,
Yeah, then you're that's fine. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll try to make sure that we have discussion on that at the 2
Good.
o'clock meeting.
Good.
And then hopefully we'll have something that we can acknowledge at the board meeting tomorrow.
That I do think what you said is exactly right. We're not looking to change the way
right.
we have been practicing, so we're not taking away something from our registrants. We're just looking to put it into our laws.
Let me make a quick comment on what Ricky said, and then you asked for other comments that I'm still not. First of all, I think the way we've got this done makes a lot of sense to me. I think some of the things that have been creating issues for us, I think we addressed specifically. And this commissioning thing, while I agree with it, I don't know that it needs its own topic, but I wonder if we need to put such as, because commissioning is one of those things. We have construction engineering inspection or construction engineering that where you have engineering functions being done within the confines of that activity. So there's other things like commissioning that I think if we can come up with something a little bit more general that defines, okay, I'm doing and we've talked about it in terms of studies and master plans and and I think we say it in here, and I don't, but where we say, if you do anything that's got engineering principles in it, whether it's a study or a commissioning or construction inspection or master plan or what, and maybe we have to just use those words, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's considered engineering, and maybe just be very specific with that, because if we look at it, Kathy, I think that's where we get ourselves, when we're doing buildings or we're doing the geotechnical reports or we're doing site developments, everybody gets that. It's the other stuff that gets people in a lot of just headache kind of thing. And I think if we can, and we do say that in certain things, but maybe we just be a little bit more specific about anything that, and say such as something. That's just the way I would review it.
So that's a great segue into one of the things that I was going to ask you if you all liked or didn't like or felt that there was a better way of wording it. So when I go back and I look at my version 1, when we talked on Friday, specifically in version 1, it was items 7, 8, and 9, and now it's 9, 10, 11. So 9, 10, and 11 were originally items 7, 8, and 9. And 7, 8, and 9 in version 1 started with the word engineering. And I had said, I have a real problem with defining the word engineering using the word engineering. So after we hung up the phone, pondered what would be a good substitute and came up with. So that's why I'm telling you my background. But so if you look at items 9, 10, and 11, I changed the first word from engineering to tasks in support of, and then left the rest of the definition line item the same. And that might, depending on whether or not y'all like that, and whatever, y'all tell me, we can make changes. But does that, Robert, is that more in what you're saying? Maybe if you were to use the same lines of thought, task in support of building commissioning, blah, 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 is that getting closer?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Or maybe just say, again, you're using that use principles of engineering or something. And
using design elements included in number 1. That's how I tried to capture that.
And I think I think maybe even, and I know we've got it stated in here, so I don't know if we're stating it twice that makes a big problem or not, but those are the things typically that I think we run into trouble with. I mean, you run into it on commissioning, we run into it on studies, you run into it on construction site type stuff where you have, is that really engineering or is it not, when somebody's out, counting how many loads of dump trucks are going by and then doing a concrete test, a slump test every now and then. So I think those things on the fringe, and I just need to think more about them, and I think the way you've done them is fine. That may be perfectly 100% good. It's when it gets down to the details of the English language, sometimes I get a little sideways, just because I am, in my heart, a redneck, so it's hard for me to communicate with everybody else. The other thing that I've got that's just, and I'm still not, and I know we define engineering and professional engineering as the practice of engineering. I don't know how that gets us in trouble. Because we oversee professional engineers and we oversee the title of engineer, but if somebody says I'm an engineer and I'm doing these things, and maybe because of the way our Title Act is, that's all well and good. I just want to make sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble by saying, you're saying you're doing engineering, but you're not, because you're not a professional engineer. And maybe that's what we want everybody to say. I don't have to put anything in the industrial exam. I don't want us to get in trouble
I think that's
making up something that we're not.
Yes, so we were trying to address that in the very first paragraph, Tony, where by adding the by registrants in the very first paragraph. But we couldn't decide if that was good or not, because then if you're doing all these things and you're not a registrant, does the law not apply to you?
Oh, so yeah, that's a basic thing that we see sometimes in statutes is if you say these activities by registrants are considered engineering, then if you're not a registrant, you could be unlicensed and do it all day long. Legally, that's what you've ended up doing. Just to get back one to the industrial exception, are we trying to discuss someone who works in-house?
Those
Those activities in-house?
No, but I mean, again, we've got two things that sort of kind of going on. We're trying to define engineering, but then we're using the term professional engineer, which is sort of professional engineer is a registered engineer. So we got the definition of engineering, and we're almost equating professional engineering and engineering. To me, it looks like, and I just want to make sure we're not.
What's the best way to do that?
What's the best way to do it? Because wasn't there something, was it Oregon or somewhere where some guy sued the board because he made some comments based on traffic signals or something?
That's right.
And he said, I'm an engineer, I've been doing engineering.
Well,
'Cause I'm not
And I think the court on that one said, well, he wasn't even attempting to hold himself out as an engineer to the public. He was telling the board, I'm an engineer, and I think the court said, well, this is a little bit silly. He's trying to stick up for himself, and he's educated in this thing that he's doing. And then it kind of seemed like the board said, well, we're not even going to look at your issue you're trying to raise. We're going to get you for the title usage only. So I think it's one of those. It's a weird adage, is that, like, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Is that once you go too far, usually you don't win. So I think staying within these boundaries. What I was going to try to look up is in the statute to make sure that the terms that we're using mirror the statute, so that it all nests together, because I think it's the practice of engineering, not the practice of professional engineering, that I think that we're regulating the title use of professional engineering and the term engineering, but then the activities are the practice of engineering. So I want to make sure that we're stay in line with that. So it may not be necessary to talk about the practice of professional engineering. To me, it seems like if you wanted to regulate the practice of professional engineering, we'd be really talking about competency issues for those that are registrants. Like, registrants must do X, must not do X. And then everybody else, if you're practicing engineering, you're required to be registered. And this is what engineering is. And that's your first couple paragraphs there, which is kind of the whole bucket. And then you have specific things down there that you've listed, which is always, I think, helpful. So I can go to the statute and look that up to see if we'd recommend that you keep that last, and the practice of professional engineering by registrants.
Probably, without yours and Alton's participation, probably had one of the greatest meetings.
Well, that's why we're making progress today, because Alton's not here.
That's right. Now, you're here, and
I'm
it's
here.
okay, but you
We're
and Alton
overcoming
together,
you.
I think
I
you
will
feed
say-
off each other.
In the golf scramble that I'd already committed to play in Friday afternoon, we hit some of the most amazing shots ever. So it's just matches, totally matches.
You were meant to be on the golf.
I was meant
We
to
were
be.
doing what we were supposed to do.
We were all doing what
Yes.
we were supposed to. We were born to do. Now I forgot what I was going to say. No, that makes sense to me. That we don't say professional engineering, because you have the practice of engineering, and then let the rules go from there to say this is when you need to be registered and this is when you're exempt. But let's start with the definition: what is or is not, what is engineering. So that makes sense to me not to say professional.
Makes sense to me, too. And I think just because we define what the practice is doesn't take away the exemptions that are in the law. And that's where you get into, can somebody say that because I'm not a professional engineer, I can do that or can't do that? But the exemptions are there, and unless they're removed, they're there. The building height thing and the occupancy deal and the industrial exemption and all that.
All there, yeah.
The utility co-op thing, and it's all in there. And even though we say the definition says it's engineering, but it's exempted.
And I like the way the format is. I like the way that we spelled out a lot of things. And I'm not trying to say commissioning shouldn't be spelled out specifically, but if it is, probably need to put some sort of example phraseology around that of other things that may fall in that same bucket. That would be my only We'll spell out one thing, let's beef up something else to go along. I think the way it's written, I mean, the more things we kind of put the examples or definitions in the one through whatever we've got down there, I think make something concrete to go back to and say, oh, that's what they mean. I got it.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Is that good? Okay.
Thank you.
We've got about 25 minutes, right?
Yes, I believe at 11 is when we'll open the phone line for the call, and Mr. Philip Cameron will be here. Thank you.
All righty. So Mr. King is not in the room, but he'll join us in just a minute, but talking about the incidental practice of architecture. So as defined by the Utah Code, there is a paragraph B, excuse me, in their definition law that says the practice of professional engineering does not include the practice of architecture as defined, and it has a cross-reference, but a licensed professional engineer may perform architecture work as is incidental to the practice of engineering. So obviously Stuart thought this was a great way to address that issue. And then I would just draw your attention to the top paragraph on the same piece of paper, which is the reciprocal. The term above talks about architecture. So above is the architecture, which is item C, period, and the engineering talking about incidental architecture is item B, parenthesis. So what do y'all think about that as the paragraph? We're getting an echo off of that phone over there. But what do y'all think about that as a paragraph, and then alternating or suggesting to the architects that reciprocal paragraph at the top for them to think of relative to inclusion to their definition? But of course, they have something. I mean, if they go with the AIA version, that they have something.
Yeah, I think that looks good, Ricky.
The thing that's a little confusing to me, I like the one down there, B, the practice of professional engineering does not include the practice of architecture as defined. But look up, are you saying that 13C is the companion, that Alabama code, or is that, no, that you're not saying that?
That is the Alabama code on top.
Okay.
It just kind of talks about it, and then the
Oh, I'm sorry, I
bottom
misunderstood what
section
that
is
was.
Utah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
I was going to say it seemed like that on top is not quite worded right, but we're not really looking at that. We're just looking down here at B. Okay, yeah, I like the way B stated.
Yeah,
down
my
there.
fault. I thought that he had included the Utah thing for architect. Sorry. So that's just another version of the same intent paragraph of intent. So you like the bottom one? Y'all like the bottom one?
And, yes, I do. And look how they've got 9A, maybe how we want to think about the opening to the professional engineering.
Well, that is all included.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. That's kind of that introductory paragraph that they have, or that paragraph is kind of what our introductory two paragraphs are. It's a combined. Now, I think Tony has some recommendation. Stuart, do you have it for him, or we want to wait till Tony's back in the room? But he had a recommendation on that very first paragraph, that one sentence, I think.
Yeah, we were just looking at trying to combine whether, the practice of engineering and professional engineering. So we're just.
I think that's still an open question, and they'll let us know about that. But that's with regard to paragraph number 1.
Can I make one other quick suggestion? Sure. Can you just add a date on this too? When you
Yes.
version 2 is.
Yes. Oh. Not a very good secretary anymore.
I'm not either.
I bet I can figure out how to footnote it, but or put a footer on it.
I can put a header and footer on it.
Header,
pretty
foot.
much
There you go.
anything.
Footer.
Header,
It's a footer. I'll
Header,
put a footer on it. Okay.
I can do that.
I might even be able to put a page number on there.
You
I might go wild.
Got enough proposals to be able to do that.
All right. So, any specifically, can we just look at the line items 1 through 14, 13, 14 now? I just want to make sure that y'all like those, don't like those, want to add to it, want to eliminate any of them. Let's just go one by one. So number one, and number one's really important because it gets referred to a lot in the other items that follow. So item 1 is consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning, and or engineering related tasks for engineered works or systems. And that's taken, again, straight out of Texas, but a lot of states call it that.
Wonder if after planning, would we want to have the word design in there? I noticed design's not in, and maybe design is kind of the other terms take that, but
I think that's fine.
All right. Item 2 is providing an expert witness or opinion relative to engineered works or systems. Item 3, engineering tasks in support of. So that's a phrase that I'm going to use a lot. So engineering tasks in support of testing and evaluation of materials for construction or other engineering use. Y'all stop me, otherwise I'm going to keep going. Number 4, this is where we talked about design.
Oh, just one second.
Okay.
For construction or other engineering use. I'm trying to think what another engineering use would be for, but I reckon you would use those for.
Design of machinery or
okay.
equipment or.
and it looks like 3. I mean, it's restricted to evaluating materials.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So item 4 is the design line item, Ricky, and again we can just go ahead and add design into number 1 because again we get referred back to it a lot. So this one just kind of expands a little bit on design, conceptual design, and or conceptual design coordination of engineered works or systems. Y'all are more designers than I am, so is that appropriate? Development or optimization of plans and specs for engineered works or systems. Planning the use of or alteration of air, land, and water, or the design or analysis of works or systems for the use or alteration of air, land, or water. Being in responsible charge of engineering teaching or the teaching of engineering.
I'm fine with this, but it's how does this go? Is this going to relate back to academics who say, "Well, I'm doing engineering, but we still have the licensure laws, so they should still have to follow those."
Side of it.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of engineering professors that are not registered.
This would be the ones who are in responsible charge. So not necessarily the professors themselves, but maybe the deans or the assistant deans or however they want to delegate it.
I see. But do we require that right now?
I think it's the ones teaching, but I mean, I think that's fine to understand that what they're doing is engineering.
Yeah.
Do we give credit for that if somebody says, "Okay, I taught," but it would have to then conform to what our laws and rules say as far as what we give credit for. I don't want to make sure we're not opening up somebody to say, "I'm a professional engineer because I teach." I think we are because we're defining this. I don't think rules are going to be what they are.
I think that's different, but I do think that this does help with regard to people who come to us and want to count their TA time as part of their experience. And if they are teaching under the supervision of a PE in accordance with the law, then I think it makes it so much easier to say, absolutely, that is progressive engineering.
Oh, I do like that. Well, I don't want to get tripped up where if a school does not have a PE, in responsible
And they
charge of
can't teach,
teaching, then
yeah.
they have to close down the department. That's not our
Right. No.
intent. And I guess I thought that teaching in an engineering college was almost similar to an industrial exemption, that we don't require teachers of engineering to be PEs.
I don't think there's anything in the law that requires that. No.
But just, will this now require it if we define teaching as engineering, unless there's some exemption? That's my only question about this.
It has to be in responsible charge, not just teaching.
Let me interrupt us for a minute. John, is that you joining us?
It is. It's John Kinney.
Thank you so much. We are wrapping up definitions, and we are waiting on Philip Cameron. He is on his way. We had given him a tentative time, so we'll get started soon. If you don't mind putting us on mute, we're going to hang up the other call and make sure that you stay with us. So we'll be right with you, and we're streaming live if you also want to watch. Sometimes it's odd to just listen, so you're welcome to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
That's my only question.
Yeah.
That might be.
It might come up as, a point that needs to be considered. I don't really know.
Yeah.
We kind of felt like it helps us to be able to give credit as that being towards the registration process. If you say that indeed, a TA in a materials lab is teaching under the direction of.
I definitely agree with that.
So then number 8, performing a study which has design elements included in number 1 above for engineered works or system.
Maybe this one may need to be fleshed out a little bit. Performing a study, master plan, or so. I don't know if I may be adding too many pieces to it, but I think the more terms we can use to call those what they are, the more obvious it is the type of thing that we're trying to spell out here.
I totally agree. If we could be more discreet with regard to what we're defining, I'm happy to do that. I just don't know what you guys do more of that, other than if we were to say geotechnical study.
Well, I think performing a study, master plan. What about report? Trying to think of things that we put down and things that have come before this board before. If somebody does a foundation letter, for instance, which is a report, right? I mean, are those all done by PEs, or can those, because they're not, I don't think, and that's just one that has come before us where we've had a company that does that kind of work, and they send somebody out that may or may not be a PE and say, oh, you need to brace this up and be fine. And they may be exactly right in their analysis, but that's not engineering. Am I making something up here that's not real?
Here's a suggestion. So item 8 may be reading slightly different. Providing an opinion, conclusion, master plan, or study which has design elements included in it. I think usually when people run afoul of registration requirement is when they provide opinions, when they provide recommendations. So if we can,
maybe recommendations need to be a good word too, because and that's what I'm trying to figure out, because we've had people that say
that's not engineering. I was just telling them what I thought they should do.
Right, but you're going through an engineering analysis to get there.
But yeah, and a lot of those people are actually looking at other engineering stamped and sealed products, yes, and then giving an opinion. And then they say, well, I'm not doing engineering. I'm just commenting on what I think about it. Well, providing a recommendation on whether or not you think an engineer did a good job and the client should do what they said in the stamped set of work product. I think it's clearly engineering.
Because
Are we in
we've got-
agreement?
Yeah, I agree because, and again, it's not that there's contractors that don't know as much or more about their particular part that the engineer that designed it do, but for them to sit here, that engineer has, you need to do it this
You don't
way.
need anywhere near that much airflow.
No. You just need to do it this way, and it'll take care of itself. And
Oh, and I'll tell you, to me, this is one of the biggest issues that puts the public at risk. This is a biggie for me, because I see this all the time relative to foundation stuff, and I'm sure y'all see it in your industry specific discipline too, is that the non-registrant who is going to save the entity money. And if I've done they even will call it, I've done some value engineering on your work product.
they'll call it engineering.
Yes, they'll call it value engineering, except that they're not an engineer.
That's right.
And the public is the one who is put at risk
Yeah.
because the principles and practices of engineering are actually being violated. So that's a big one in my opinion. All right, so number 9, task in support of construction, alteration, or repair of real property using design elements included number 1 above. Number 10, same thing for tasks in support of preparations of O&M manuals using design elements. Number 11, tasks in support of the review of the construction of or installation of engineered works to monitor compliance with drawings. And I was thinking item number 12 would become, Ricky, and you can feel free to modify this, but task in support of building commissioning using design elements included in number 1 above.
Oh, you're saying a new number 12? Okay, I was looking at number 12. See, that's okay.
So the new number 12
Okay.
would be tasks in support of building commissioning using design elements included in number 1 above for engineered works or systems.
We could do that, or we could do a more all-inclusive statement like you were talking about, that if there's other things we need to cover that are like commissioning.
Well, I think we just kind of went over that where we said performing a study, which has design elements, unless you want to add. But I don't think commissioning really works in that statement. And the difference between a study, an opinion, and although versus commissioning is, I'm not sure that a study. I think you're probably going in some level more in depth with the overall system with commissioning than you are maybe, because with an opinion or a study, it's usually a pretty limited thing that you're looking at. With commissioning, you're looking at the entire building system, how it performs. So it may be more broad than what.
You could almost, I think, fold it into number 11. When I read number 11, task in support of the review of the construction or of installation of engineered works to monitor compliance with drawings and specs. That's almost the definition of commissioning. Its intent is to see that the design intent on a plan and spec has been
Properly constructed, that it's going to operate the way it was
and
intended.
it checks, but it has design phase activities as well as construction phase.
Well, do you want to put
I
something
wonder
in there that says parentheses, i.e., commissioning?
Or just maybe a comment including commissioning of building.
How about at the end of 11,
Let's see.
compliance with drawings and specs, comma, such as, but not limited to building commissioning. Because we do it in our business too, and it's not considered commissioning, but it is
I think
inspection.
It might be more all-inclusive, instead of saying building systems, to say commissioning of engineered systems, because you might have a outdoor lighting system that can be commissioned or something. Or you can commission anything. You can commission a roadway, so I think commissioning, including commissioning of building, or commissioning of engineered systems.
Well, that engineering works or systems like we've used before.
I think the more words we get that are not running over top of each other is fine. As long as they're not in conflict with each other, I think.
Here's what I've got, and tell me if this is what you intended. Number 11, task in support of the review of the construction of or installation of engineered works to monitor compliance with drawings and specifications, such as but not limited to building commissioning of engineered work or systems.
Might just strike building. No,
Just say commissioning.
just say commission.
Just say commissioning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was late getting back in here. My mom's in the hospital again, and we're coordinating discharge and back to rehab and so forth. So it may happen again that I have to be out for a little while to be on the phone. Did you talk about the energy audit thing that's come before the board before?
That is not explicitly in here, but we can add it.
Well, Ricky's pretty familiar with that, and I just, while you were talking about that jumped in my mind. Maybe we ought to consider that.
Here's maybe a summary. The point number 1 has a lot of that kind of element when it talks about that engineering is consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning. We're going to add the word design in there. And then item number, let's see, where did we add all those? Number 8, where it says performing a study, we're going to add some words in there that says perform a study, give opinions or conclusions or recommendations or master plan in addition to number 1. So I think we could interpret all that to say if you're doing an audit that gives an opinion about a system change, that's covered, but you can't do an audit that isn't engineering. I mean, if you just go in and count lights and that's all you're doing or whatever, I mean, you can do that and that's not engineering. But when it crosses over into here's how you can change your system, I think we're now going to have the words in there about, analysis, recommendations, opinions about design issues that's probably covered.
Yeah.
So I don't think we would want to add the word audit without kind of defining.
If you attach efficiency to it, where you're not just counting lights, you're dealing with the cost of power and the lighting level and that kind of thing.
I think you've crossed into an engineering.
Since that's been an issue, it might be beneficial to consider adding some similar words that have come up rather than using other words to deal with it. And that's what we're trying to do really with these 13 items we've listed.
Oh, yeah. And Robert said, when you were out of the room and we were talking about that, is it trying to be as succinct with our words and as descriptive as possible so that we don't have so many gray areas?
You think we need to use the word audit? Is that what you're thinking?
Efficiency audit?
On audit as I am something related to energy and efficiency.
That comes out, I don't know. Is that too narrow?
Maybe. I just thought we ought to talk about it.
I mean, I think you're right, but I don't know. We talk about engineering systems and
Study of?
studies, and I don't know.
Well, let me bring Steve up to date on 2 significant changes that we were talking about, because maybe if you agree with all of these, maybe it captures some of what you're suggesting. Number 1 was we did, because number 1 is something that is cross-referenced repeatedly. So we wanted to make sure that we kind of captured in number 1 a lot of the generic task definitions. So number 1, consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning, and then we inserted the word design and or engineering related tasks for engineered works or systems. So if we wanted to add something more to that, that's a good place to do it, but that's what we were talking about previously. And then in number 8, we wordsmithed it a little to, instead of starting with the word performing, number 8 reads, providing an opinion, conclusion, recommendation, master plan or study which has design elements included in number 1 above for engineered works or systems. So if we wanted to add, that's another place we could add to refine or broaden what it is that we're trying to capture. So the words review or audit or something like that.
Efficiency analysis.
I don't work in that realm, so I don't know.
It
Do you see
seems-
that a lot? You said that's come up.
Just from what Ricky's brought to us.
Yeah.
That's all I'm.
You know, we've got the word analysis in number 1, and it's kind of striking me like just to say efficiency analysis is really narrowed, because there's a lot of words I could add in addition to efficiency.
You're really the one that's most in tune with this, so if you think what we've already got covers it, then leave it as it is.
I think with what has been added, what we have and what's been added, I think if somebody came to us with an audit done by somebody who wasn't a PE that went beyond just counting, that went into suggested analysis and changes, I think these words are there, but it doesn't limit us, because somebody might, somebody could do that with any facet of engineering.
Back to number 1, seems like we added a lot of words that would typically be in the advance of design, then we added design. Should we go on farther and add words that deal with something related to construction and even maintenance on the tail end of that?
Well, number
If we have
4.
that covered.
So number 4 talks about design. So number 4 is design, conceptual design, and/or conceptual design coordination. Then number 9 is tasks in support of construction. And number 10 is tasks in support of O&M manuals, but not necessarily maintenance. And number 11 is task in support of the review of construction. Do you feel like that covers what you're suggesting? Okay.
Except for maybe in 10 needs to say task in support of preparation, task in support of operations and maintenance activities, as well as the preparation. Are you talking more about
I like that.
redoing a boiler in a big building or something that may be considered a maintenance activity, but you still have to go engineer it? I don't know.
I think it needs to be beyond just the preparation of a operation and maintenance manual, because even the employee on the public work thing in our law now talks about it includes maintenance in that description. So we shouldn't stop with just creating a manual. It's some maintenance leads to things that ought to be done by a PE.
I agree. That, people change out building equipment all the time, and they might change sizes, and it really needs to be evaluated whether the size
They
can
change loading on a roof if it's you don't need a structural engineer involved.
So I think if 10 said task in support of operations and maintenance, comma, 9 elements included in number 1 above for engineered worker systems, that would cover what we intend there.
Don't mind, can you read it to me the way you think it ought to be?
Okay, number 10, task in support of operations and maintenance, comma, using design elements included in number 1 above, comma. Striking preparations of and then striking manual.
All right, I got it. Steve, is that capture the meaning, the expanded meaning that you felt like should be in there? Okay. Alrighty, so we got 9, 10, 11, 12. No. We took out what I was going to propose as number 12, and we changed number 11 to accommodate commissioning. Okay, so number 12 as typed remains the same, as does number 13 as typed. So review those if you want to. The service design analysis or other work performed, blah, 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 and surveying incidental to the practice of engineering.
What change did you make in 11 to deal with commissioning?
So number 11 would now read, task and support of the review of the construction of or installation of engineered works to monitor compliance with drawings and specifications, comma, such as, comma, but not limited to, comma, commissioning of engineered works or systems.
13 is the same thing that's in the model law. That's
Yes.
what we, yeah.
Except we should add something in here that we can do boundary surveys off GIS mapping if we feel.
Yeah.
Most realtors and banks think that that's acceptable, so why shouldn't we?
Kathy, number 4, design, comma, conceptual design, and or I wonder if we ought to strike that conceptual and say design, conceptual design, and or design coordination of engineered works or systems, because we don't, if we're really trying to cover design coordination, we wouldn't want to just cover it in the conceptual phase. We would want to cover it
I agree.
in any phase.
Yeah, that's a good catch. How about design, conceptual design, and or coordination of same of engineered works or systems? Then that captures both. Not going to be able to follow my own scribble.
Let me ask a procedure question. So we get these definitions, we all decide on these definitions, and everybody's hunky dory with them. What's next after that? How do we codify that?
So I believe, and Stuart can correct me, that once you've got a product that you're good with, it would go through legal's review to make sure that, for a quick minute, it doesn't clash with anything already in the laws, definitely, or in our rules. It isn't redundant. It doesn't have some errors. But you are the expert, so we wouldn't be redefining for you. We would just look for that, and then once it's in good shape, it would be part of the rulemaking hearing. It would go into our rules.
Okay.
And depending on the timeline, Tony and I were kind of talking about that. We've got 2 things that I know for a fact we're looking at in the rules. The definition of progressive engineering practice. We were going to kind of look at our model document on the website and put into rules. And then today we brought up adding a piece also into the rules about technology, the engineering technology degree, possibly cleaning up. And so if the timing is well, and these definitions are moving faster, I think, than I thought we would, but possibly even you all, we could wait and just do one round of rules to include everything and open the rules to do all this. If we don't think the definitions will be ready in 6 or 9 months, we can start with the other piece. But that's what would happen. We'd go through the rulemaking.
I think that, Kathy, you certainly can speak to this. I think our part of it we'll be in decent shape with. I'm not sure that when we start meshing them all together, that we're not going to have a lot of.
Yeah, so I have looked at a calendar relative to when I think that the engineering definitions will be ready to hopefully do whatever legal and the administration does with them to advance them. And I think that if we continue to work hard at all of this, we will be done by the December my hope is at the December meeting that we will vote on what we hope to be the final version. And the engineering definitions will be more or less fait accompli. So we're done. All right. So, but the other groups, I don't know how long it's going to take them, or if they are going to want to move quickly or not. And I asked this question of legal last time we had the definitions committee. We don't have to wait on them. We don't have to do definitions for all 4 disciplines at one time. We can do ours only, and they can bring theirs at the appropriate time. And that'll just have to be something that we discuss as a board and figure out whether or not we want to advance. I think that there is something to be said for the fact that if we can put forth our definition and give them a template to work off of relative to the incidental practice of when we have overlap and whatnot, and also because Tony will have already done and Stuart will have already done a lot of review that helps them know what to expect relative to not stepping on each other's toes and whatnot, and other disciplines. Like for us, it's the geologist and the soil scientists and the surveyors and everybody else. That hopefully that'll help. But I am not of the false impression that they're going to be anywhere near closely aligned with the calendar that I see as possible for us. But I don't think that should hold us back.
I just want to make sure, because we're going to put it in a rulemaking hearing. The other part of that is I think we need to get it in front of, we need to make sure it's visible to as many people as possible so that it's not kind of done in, I don't want to say secret, but you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Without
a lot of people
proper
have a
context.
tendency not to look at
That's right.
those rules like they should, I think.
Well, I think one of the things that we really want to ask for industry help on is, like through ACEC and TSPE and the others, is that maybe there is some type of public forum across the state where more than one of these issues can get presented and at least give registrants and not yet registrants the opportunity to ask questions and discuss. And I would say, just in a quick look at the things in front of us, decoupling, the technology issue, the definition issue, and it seems like there's one more that should be discussed. And if we can get the industry societies to facilitate that discussion across the state, but they'll have to do it, get on with it kind of a thing. And maybe when Casey is here tomorrow, assuming that she and the others are going to be in the room, that could be something that they say, yeah, we'll facilitate that or promote that or whatever. But regardless, it may be delayed and I may be hopelessly optimistic, but if we continue to be diligent, we can be done with this by the end of the year.
I'll interrupt the board to go back to our agenda, but this was fantastic. Or the engineering committee, I apologize.
And I think we're done.
You are. That's awesome.
I don't
That's
think
awesome.
yeah.
Okay, so next on our agenda, we had a conversation with Philip Cameron, and he has joined us. I'm going to hand him an iPad so he also has the documents that the board has and can go in whatever direction he needs to. And this is on your iPads, the first piece. And we also have on the telephone, so I really appreciate Mr. John Kenny. Thank you for joining us. Oh, thank you. Here you go. I'll let you introduce yourself in case and turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, my name's Philip Cameron, and I'm here to represent codes enforcement. I'm the plans examiner manager, and we get design intents for fire alarm systems, but there's kind of 3 conditions that we have. One would be emergency replacement, like for like replacement of an existing system, and if there's no design involved, then we generally take that as not even requiring an engineer's involvement. The contractor is probably competent to do that work within certain confines. The other end of the spectrum would be a full design, and we would ask for that design intent come in through a PE. We want a professional engineer's involvement in that. The gray area happens when there's a redesign, a refurbishment, or a partial replacement, even an extensive replacement. So it's been our past practice that if it touches on design in any way, even if it's in a small way, If someone's adding devices that draw a little more current and wiring's being replaced, we would prefer that calculation get made by a PE and not left to the discretion of a contractor, and because that's an unknown competency for us. But if they're replacing any number of devices, we don't have a policy for at what level is an engineer needed to be involved. I thought that it would be best to reach out to you and ask for your guidance and help with, or enter into a discussion on just when should an engineer be involved. Sometimes extensive replacements, even with a fire alarm panel, if it's the manufacturer's new model but it's a replacement for the same system, maybe that's not designed so much. Maybe you're just really talking about very similar to like for like replacement. But if we're adding emergency voice evacuation devices, even if it is supported by the system, if you have to add a little more battery capacity to get that 120%, we would, past practices, we'd ask for a PE to be involved. So we're trying to strike a balance, like everyone does, between good regulation, making things reliable and predictable, versus trying to over-regulate and always ask for a PE every time out of the chute. And that's basically where we are with this.
Let me give just a real quick board background, if that's the right kind of word for it. We have taken, and I appreciate what you said because it kind of dovetails with what we have said as a board on other issues that are a little bit different than this, that anything that requires engineering, we want to have a stamp and we want to have an engineer do it. We understand, and we come across this a lot. That's what we're talking about. Some in this definition is with commissioning. You got some things that don't require engineering and some things that do. And anything that requires engineering, we want to make sure that a PE is involved in those aspects of it. I think our challenge today is, or for this process, is to figure out what those things are that typically would be considered engineering needs. And I think that comes from you guys as well as people in the industry that kind of understand. Because if you tell me, termination panel, I sort of know what one of those are. But, John Kenny, I think, may know what one is. Do you know what one of those are, John?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. If not, Headley will tell you what it is, right?
That's right.
Okay. But anyway, we need to kind of, it seems to me, define those elements or those things or that process that you've gone through, kind of like we did with the fire sprinkler systems, where we said, if this, then this, if this, then this, and try to put some process around that, because we see this in a lot of other applications. You got somebody, and we just mentioned it, we're replacing an air conditioner unit on a building. Well, it may be, the unit may be 3 times bigger than what was up there before, and all of a sudden the roof system no longer can support it. Well, you need an engineer involved in that, not just a contractor with a crane. And so we need to kind of put that same kind of process around something like this as well. So I'll shut it back. But you're dovetailing with what we've been talking about as an engineering committee. John, you got anything?
No, I think it's been about a year ago or so, but had an early meeting with Philip on this issue. I certainly think that we can find some volunteers through our industry associations to assist the board in any way to try to create something. I completely agree with how everybody's kind of viewed this, that somehow, very much like the sprinkler design intent thing that we did a little more than a decade ago, come up with something to where we can provide some good guidance. I mean, it's really difficult to put everything in a box, but as best we can, some general parameters, such as, when the occupancy has changed, well, then we need to get somebody involved. When So it's really, we're trying to define what's maintenance and what is a change that requires an engineer.
We're good. Ricky?
I think there's two things going on here. That there's the standard of care, which if we use the sprinkler equivalent, it says these are the things on a design set of documents that need to be covered. You can't just say provide a sprinkler system to meet code. You have to have some piping shown. You have to have a calculation made to say whether you need a fire pump or not. And there's a very good checklist you have to go down. And we don't have one of those for fire alarm systems, but that's not quite the question you're asking. When you bring up the renovation of a system, when do we need a PE and when don't we need a PE? And that also makes me think of another sprinkler policy was developed that when we used to have our handbook, it would have the sprinkler standard of care that I just referenced, and it would also have when does a sprinkler system modification require a PE?
That decision tree.
And it's that decision tree, and it has those conditions that one of them says something like, if you're over 220 heads that you're adding or changing, we need a PE. I mean, it's something that's pretty
very specific.
It's not subjective. It's an objective policy in there of when you need a PE, and that would be that sounds like what you would like for fire alarm system, is that kind of how much is enough of a change. And Robert said it from high level, if it involves design, we want a PE involved, but perhaps there are some specific things that we can word that would help us all to know, what is considered design, like was done on the sprinkler system. So I'm seeing it as maybe a couple of different things here: the standard of care, as well as when is a renovation considered design and when is it not. John, does that make sense to you?
Yes, and we term that an exemption policy.
Got it.
Whenever these would be situations where you are exempt from needing engineering. I completely agree.
So I'm thinking that what we want to do is kind of model these standards and guidelines after what was done on the sprinkler systems. But do you think that would be, Philip, do you think that would be satisfactory?
I do. That standard of care, the exemption policy part of it, it gave certain threshold, number of heads, 225 heads, and that was good. With the fire alarm, that could be in keeping with that and have certain threshold number of devices or types of devices. And maybe write some confining language on what would constitute design. If it requires a calculation, that's one thing. Manufacturers are moving more and more into sort of a building block kind of setup for these systems. And sometimes a contractor may be fully competent to string a whole lot of different devices throughout the building according to the manufacturer's specifications with just a NISAT certification. I just don't feel comfortable. There's 15 plans examiners, and right now it's kind of a discretionary activity. And so I would feel more comfortable having the board's guidance in helping us address specifics for that. And I think something in keeping with that standard of care and the engineer's exemption policy for the sprinkler drawings. I thought that was really good.
Kathy, did you have I thought.
Well, I was just a little confused because the email thread that starts off this section of our materials is talking about the soils issue.
Oh, yeah, that's a separate issue, yeah.
That's a separate, okay. No wonder I'm confused.
We're starting with the alarm.
You actually
We're
hit it
starting
right.
with the.
So sorry to confuse anyone, yeah.
I just wondered if we were blending all of that together.
No, we would keep those separate, I think.
We're going to have an alarm that tells you your soils are bad.
If you got it, let's do it.
That'd be a good
Let's
thing.
do it.
So, and I think the other part of this too, and John, or path forward, we also have the issue from the other side where I think the engineers take too much reliance on the contractor to do stuff that they shouldn't do, and they just have a box out there that just says contractor will provide, and that's garbage, and we all know that that's garbage. And so I think it helps us as a board kind of hold our registrants more accountable for what they're supposed to be doing, and if they either, for whatever reason they do that, I suspect I know what reasons they do it, but we need to make sure we're cleaning up that side of it as well, and I think that gives us some guidance as a board, and plus gives you all the ability to say, hey, you can't just put on here, see contractor specification, or let contractor do this. That helps us as well. So steps forward. John, do you want to try to get a group together? Ricky, I think, needs to be involved on some level since that's kind of in your ballpark a little bit more, just from a board standpoint, John. But get 2 or 3 people that kind of do this work in the industry. And we'll try to help facilitate whatever we need to, and with Philip's office, and try to get, whether those are conference calls or meetings that we have here in Nashville or whatever. You let me know. What do you think the path forward for this is?
I would be more than willing to do that, and I think we do have some volunteers. I know when after my last discussion with Philip, I had a good handful of people that were very willing to help and contribute, so I think we could do that again, very much in the same way, and use the sprinkler. I think it fits very well because of the contractor's role in detailed design. Elements is very similar between sprinkler and fire alarm detection design. So I think modeling it and doing something very much in parallel should be achievable. So I will certainly be glad to set that up.
Okay, and then again, I don't know that that's necessarily your charge to be the chairman or to lead the thing, but if you can kind of help get the players together, I certainly think that, and I would appreciate your involvement in it, but it's not, I'm not trying to dictate your life either. So I would like to have Ricky involved just from a board's perspective, so we can make sure that we've got an understanding of what's going on before it comes to us.
Absolutely. I think we can do that.
All right, very good. Well, let's kind of plan on then sending that list of volunteers let's go ahead and send it to Roxana and to Casey, I think. And the reason I want to involve her is because these meetings may need to happen possibly at the engineering center or, through conference calls that she can kind of help arrange and get people in the right place, or other meetings that can happen in conjunction with this, and can help coordinate. Copy me as you need to, or copy Ricky really, and then you can let us know what's going on. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds good.
All right. Very good.
Okay, I just want to thank everybody for giving me an audience and taking this on. Really trying to strike a good balance between allowing the contractor to provide a service that he's competent to do, but while at the same time not assigning engineering responsibility to a contractor. It's not good for either party. So thanks.
We want to thank you for bringing this to our attention and the care and concern that you have for what's going on out there, because those are important systems that it can impact a lot of lives, or potentially impact a lot of lives. Hopefully they're never used, but potentially they impact a lot of lives. And, that's what we're supposed to be here for. So I appreciate you bringing that and let us kind of weigh in on it. And I think we've got enough people know what they're doing that we'll be able to come up with a great solution for everybody. So I appreciate you coming. Was there another issue on soils that we were?
Did we want to go ahead, and since they're all here and you're on the question on the soils?
Yeah, and I can be brief. So I was helping the modular program. Their director had reached out to me about sometimes they're uncomfortable with some of the engineering reports that they're receiving. They feel like they're insufficient, and they shared some of them with me, and these engineering reports make affirming statements, but they don't always address specifics. And I've seen them to where just my subjective assessment, the areas that were evaluated may possibly not be representative of the condition underneath the foundations, and what the basis of acceptance was. And they made generally affirming statements when the project actually has a standard for compaction and not just is it stiff. At the end of the day, mostly what my folks look for, and I can't speak for this is a different director's program. But on the codes enforcement side, what we really want to know is that what was evaluated was representative, and then beyond that the engineer can make a statement saying that based on their observation that this appears competent to support the loads imposed, something along those lines. This is Jenny Taylor's program, and I think what she showed me, possibly she's not always getting that. So the first place I went, let me open up the pad, was the code, because what she has adopted is actually the 2006 edition of the IRC, the International Residential Code.
What page is that on? I've lost it here.
It's section R401.2. I guess it's page 2.
Let me interrupt for a second. John, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're welcome to, but if this doesn't interest you, you're welcome to hang up. Totally up to you.
Well, it's interesting, but not exactly my thing, so I think I probably will.
We understand. Thank you so much, and thank you again for participating.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
So there was an email that I sent to Roxana. It's the one dated the 17th. Has everyone found that? Okay. So on page 2 of that, where it's highlighted, it's rather broad language, and so I didn't feel like we were competent arbiters to decide what accepted engineering practice is. I am familiar with geotechnical engineering practice and standard penetration tests and how you get from A to B, but I didn't feel like we needed to be the deciders of this. And so what I did, though, was the subsequent, I think it's 4 pages, was just partly their code language that gets you there. The part under general requirements, that comes directly out of the code. And from that, I built the subsequent pages just defining broad requirements. So if there is a compaction spec, we would want someone to, based on their evaluation, say that they feel like that it met that compaction spec. And also, in general, if they're testing something that they wouldn't test 3 feet away or adjacent to or 18 inches above the bearing material, they would get to a point where it was closely adjacent or representative. They feel like, in their opinion, that material that they're testing is representative of the material that the foundation is bearing upon. And so what I'd seen from some of the engineering reports was just a test at some other higher elevation, possibly not the same material. So we're only talking about situations where foundations bear on fill. Native material is a different scenario. And I really wouldn't ask for any kind of statements as to the quality or how acceptable what I drafted is. I would just ask that maybe you could review it and give comments and maybe some helpful guidance based on what I've drafted.
So and I've done a couple of these before. All of them were in cuts, so that's good. But I mean, and there's a guideline that you go through. You're looking at tie downs, drainage away from the footer. Do you have gravel underneath the piers? I'm trying to remember these off the top of my head, but I mean I know there was like a checklist of 10 items or something that you have to look at, these standards. Is it like the National Mobile Home Association? They've come up with that kind of in conjunction with them or something. Does that sound right?
They do. They have a manual, and there is some guidance there. The problem with this particular aspect of her program is it's governed by the IRC. That's the way the rules are written.
Okay.
And so that brings me to that broad statement, should be designed in accordance with accepted engineering practice. And so the only two places in the IRC I can find that really helps her is that R4012, and that really just talks about the foundations being that are bare on fill, they could be designed. And with my experience, I would say that would be considered engineered fill. It should have some sort of design, and therefore you should know the physical properties of the soil. And then based on that, even if it's just a visual manual in the field, it's at least classified by an engineer or an engineer's technician that reports back, and then the engineer makes recommendations based on that. And then R4031 should be it reiterates that it should be engineered fill. So I built the subsequent information on that next page, the following paragraph in the next page, based off of that. The problem with that is this is me doing my best effort at staying within what I suppose to be accepted engineering practice, and then writing what I think those minimum standards should be. And again, I would think this would actually be in the purview of the A&E board and not codes enforcement. So while what I've written might be adequate, I don't feel that we could use this guidance until it's been vetted through you all or edited in whole cloth, and I don't know if you're even willing to take it on.
No, I think it's something that we definitely need to look at, because if the board remembers, we've had two cases since I've been on here. One was a gentleman that said that he had done something like 300 and something inspections in a year on mobile homes. Something like that. It was before your time, I think. And his reports were miserable. And so and it's, again, in a lot of cases, you're taking advantage of somebody that has no way to defend themselves, because typically they're lower income units and that kind of thing, and know how you've got and that everything's okay, and so that makes it kind of doubly bad on that. We've had a little bit of a history with this poor inspection of modular units as a board, and those were more procedural, I reckon. Those cases were all the reports, but we didn't go through line by line to see what was happening. But I would think some sort of guidance on what made fill and how you need to go test it would be a positive thing for the board to do.
I was just sort of hoping to get off to a starting point, and that's what I've drafted. And what I have seen is similar to what you said. These people realize their liability is actually pretty low. Their E&O doesn't really come in the forward. It's real easy to correct this problem, unlike, a big commercial building. If you were governed under the IBC, everything's very prescriptive requirements in this Chapter 16 and testing in 17. But in this case, the IRC's written kind of broadly, and so I think the people that take money to go out and test these things sometimes are just using like a hand penetrometer on material that may or may not represent what it's bearing on, and then conflating that to it's stiff material, and then writing a letter knowing that really it would be hard to come back at them. And further, what I see a lot is that they self-limit their liability. I'm not sure that at the end of the day you legally can do that. They do write a liability limitation amount in those reports.
Well, let me just say, so I have been in the geotechnical business for a long time, and you've done a great job of getting started.
Thank you.
This is really well done. I mean, for somebody who's not a geotechnical engineer, and the words you're using and the things that you've described, you're way down the road. So I would say, just like John Kinney and trying to get an industry group together, there is a geotechnical practice section of ASCE here in Middle Tennessee. And they're pretty active. I think they meet at least every quarter, and maybe more frequently than that. I can't remember, but I know I get their notices at least every quarter. And again, you've got a great start on this, but that might be a place where we could get industry representatives who I'm sure some of them are doing this work. They're actually doing it, and would give you more weaponry, if you will, to make sure that standards are out there relative to the ones who aren't doing as much as what you've described. And I'm happy to facilitate a meeting with that group. They're pretty well organized. They have a pretty substantial continuing education program, and they're pretty active throughout the state. But they do an annual meeting. I think it's still in conjunction with the ACECTSPE meeting, I think, which is typically in September. So it'll be coming up. It's just around the corner. And their annual meeting, they do very extensive case study representation for one another. And the group, I would say, is at least 40 people that would consider themselves competitors. This is not a group of necessarily all like-minded, but they're a cross-section representative of the industry. And that'd be a great place to start, because then at least you could get, as you say, a defensible definition of standard of care for what's reasonable and what's not with regard to this modular housing and manufactured housing. Because everything you've said, I totally agree with, and we've seen it 100 times when people come to us with problems, and typically they're problems because someone has represented to them that they did something that would protect them, and yet it wasn't enough, and there was no protection, and that same entity limited their liability, and they walked away with the check, and the person who gave them the check got nothing in return. So
yeah, the value of those
reports
was
is worthless. Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah. So I mean, Philip? Is that something that would be helpful to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I thank you for suggesting that, and I'd be happy for you guys to forward this on or edit it and forward it on in any form.
Okay. Roxanna, then let's just say that I'll facilitate a meeting with the leadership of that ASCE Geotechnical Practice section with Philip, and maybe try to get something set up for before the September or at the September meeting, which I don't know the details of that. Do you know what the details are?
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Saturday.
I've got these documents, I think even in Word version, so I'll be happy to send them to you.
Yeah,
That
so
way
we
you
can get them out
Run
to-
with them.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I developed them in Word
Yes.
just so that it could be edited.
Oh, it can be modified.
Yeah.
Okay. I really do think they're a good group of people who really tackle a lot of the technical and business aspects of the industry. So I think you'll be pleased with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I really appreciate an audience with you today and addressing both of these issues, the fire alarm and for the modular programs, and hopefully we can move forward with your help on some of these things.
Well, I think I appreciate you all and the work you do, kind of making sure some of these things don't try to fall through the cracks, because we don't get to see everything, and you all are really on the front lines of seeing the good behavior and unfortunately some of the bad behavior. So we appreciate that kind of work that you do, and anytime that we can help you with the engineering side of things, that's part of what we're here for. We're here for the same purpose, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and anything we can do, we'd appreciate doing it. So thank you for our attention.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
That's it?
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Right, sure. Well, we'll consider the engineering committee adjourned. Definition committee starts at 2 o'clock, which is here in a couple hours.
Fantastic. I'll pause this. Thank you very much. Great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you facilitating that.
This meeting would have been
There are people coming.
30, 40.
Dozens.
You're all set now.
At least they're loud enough for dozens.
Do I need to call the meeting to order or something?
The
or just-
committee meeting, yes, please, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you for everybody being here, and especially being here on time so we can get through this. It won't take too long, but this is a scheduled meeting of the definition committee of the Board of AE Examiners. And do you need to do a roll call, Roxanne, or are we good?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
Okay, so we
Everybody's
got
here.
4 members of the committee, and all 4 are present. So I will start off with just an overview of where the engineers got to this morning, and then we can go through the document that you already have in front of you and talk about whatever you all want to talk about with regard to definitions of other disciplines. But as you know, the engineering committee met this morning at 9 o'clock, and we had lots of other business, and then we spent about an hour going through what I'm going to refer to as the engineering definition version 2.0, which you don't have in front of you, but it came out of a conference call that I hosted with Roxana's help last Friday, myself, Robert, and Steve King, and that document that came out, version 2.0, was modifications off of what you all had previously seen, which was 1.0, okay? So I'm just kind of giving you history on it. So 2.0 was really good, and we were able to eliminate a bunch of stuff and come up with a little bit more refinement to the definition as we thought it should look. And we also reviewed the NCWS model law for both surveying and engineering to make sure that we were capturing everything that NCWS already had, and made some changes to that. So then at the committee meeting this morning, we spent our time with, Ricky was here, and he wasn't on the phone call, and we went through the document again and did further refinements, which is what you see now. So in looking at version 3.0, which you have in front of you, you will find that there is one statement at the top which Tony is going to give some thought to. And the reason he's going to is because it says, blah, 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 engineering by registrants. And so we're kind of struggling with that whole thing, and he admitted that that was always an issue, is that, so we want to make sure that engineering is defined by work that's being done by registered engineers, except that if you say that engineering is only done by those who are registered engineers, then people who aren't registered can do something that's exactly the same, and it's not, so it's a circular, you get into arguing with yourself kind of a thing. So he agreed that we need to make sure that we don't write something that we don't want to write. So then paragraphs 2 and 3 are very similar to the NCWS model law definition of engineering, which, like I said, we kind of reviewed to make sure that we were capturing a bunch of that stuff. And then paragraph number 4 is, you can see the bold explanation is that we're going to try to make sure that we're not duplicating in this paragraph things that are explained better or differently in a different section of rules or laws, and that has to do with the title part of what constitutes being an engineer and whether or not you're practicing if you offer and use the word and all that kind of stuff. So that's why that paragraph is highlighted. Then we added, this was paragraph number 5, which starts with only those registrants. So we added that paragraph in last Friday to make sure that we were recognizing that we intended engineering to only be done by people who were qualified. And that y'all probably remember this group had that conversation. So we wanted to specifically call out the 3 areas that we consider foundational to being qualified, and those 3 areas being education, experience, and examination. Then the next paragraph, I can't remember where that one came to. I'll have to. I don't know. I'll come back to that one, I guess. I think that was also in one of, I'm pretty sure that was in the Texas law, so we decided we would keep that one. And then the practice of engineering is hereby explicitly defined as, and so then we went on to, again, where we spent a lot of our efforts, most of our time this morning was spent on refinement of items 1 through 13. And I'll just take a moment for you all to acknowledge your fan club. Gentlemen, told you you'd have an audience.
For the record, I love Blair Parker.
Do you want his autograph?
I will get his autograph.
Okay.
That's on the back, too.
You did have to make a grand entrance. You're appropriately 10 minutes late, like any good Kardashian would be. Good for you. Okay. So anyway, so back to the document. There's 13 items that we list out explicitly as being engineering, defined as engineering is defined as including these things, and we spent most of our time this morning when we were talking about the definition on this. And I will just say that one of the things that we tried to do was use number 1, which says consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning, design, and or engineering related tasks. So we wanted to use number 1 to be to capture a lot of the descriptive nature of what we do so that we could then refer to number 1 later in the list. So you'll see that we refer to elements included in number 1. That phrase, that phraseology is in number 8 and 9 and 10, so that we are trying to be consistent and succinct in the words that we're using. I'd already flipped the page. Paragraph 2. Paragraph 2? Oh, okay. In addition, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. So as you can see, we really, again, we're up to version number 3.0 on this, and I feel like we're making a lot of progress at the engineering committee level. Last paragraph that is on the back of the handout is intended to help us with the incidental practice of architecture paragraph, and we took that from the Utah law, and that's why you had this other piece of paper. So just so you know, that's where that came from, and we're trying not to reinvent the wheel, and Stuart thought it was good and well written, so we co-opted it. So that's where we are with regard to the engineering committee. I don't know that there's really anything that I want to ask you all to do or profess your loyalty to what we've already done or anything like that, but I am certainly open to hearing any comments or feedback or suggestions, or if anybody wants to jump up on the table and yell and scream at me, I can take it. I've had peanuts, so I'm good. And then we'll talk about whatever else you all want to talk about with regard to your disciplines and where we are on those other ones.
Looking at the engineering definition 3.0, I like a lot of this. I'm down at the paragraph that begins only. It seems like a very generic type statement that, frankly, could work into all of our. specific this is getting. And I think the specificity is where we as landscape architects are sort of struggling with our definition. But let me just go ahead. Well, while we're on this, does anybody else want to add anything else to this?
Okay. That and let me just say that we'll allow you to take license on using our phraseology, and you can just pay royalties to the engineering committee later.
All right.
Yeah.
Royalties, nice.
Susan.
I guess my only question is, and this is just because I don't know your all's viewpoint, is number 7. So those that are teaching engineering, practice of engineering. So I just because I don't have the knowledge.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm glad
expound
you
on
asked that question. And so we had a lot of conversation about that too. And obviously, we have no idea where this will go, if it will stay in the final. But one of the reasons we wanted to include that is because we get a lot of applicants for registration who want to use teaching when they are a TA and they're doing things in the higher education arena, and they want to use that as experience. And that does, if it's going to be done and used as experience, then it needs to be part of the progressive engineering umbrella, and under the direction of a PE would make it a whole lot easier. So that we could just say, yes, absolutely, you were teaching under the direction of a PE, and that is clearly engineering work, and we don't have to ask you to tell us what you were teaching. Put a check in the box, move on.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Frank, if you could, thank you. I don't hear you. Thank you, sir.
One comment I would have, and I hadn't totally digested this in the last 5 minutes, but there are several things listed here that, question number 1, why are we doing this? Why are we defining ourselves? And I'm assuming it's because we're a board overseeing architects and engineers. And if somebody's practicing without a license, then we need some way to tell whether they are or they aren't. And there's several things here that I see, or I won't say several, but a few things I see that could be done by a non-registrant. And maybe y'all have a 100% different view on that. I'm not saying that from an architectural standpoint. I'm saying that from a layman's standpoint. I know we have projects that have commissioning in them, for instance, and as all of you know, some of that's done by non-registered. If this is made into a rule, is this going to be a rule or a law?
Once legal has vetted it, when they're final, it would be rules, not laws. Yes.
Or is it going too far? I guess is the question.
So we talked about commissioning in particular. As a matter of fact, it wasn't.
And I'm just bringing that up there.
That's fine. It's a good one to
thing.
talk about, though, because, like you said, sometimes people do it that are non-engineers. One of the topics of conversation was relative to the fact that a lot of non-registrants like to offer what they refer to, even themselves will refer to as value engineering of someone else's engineering work product. And in so doing, they suggest that, you don't need to spend that kind of money on blah, blah, blah. You can get the same thing a whole lot cheaper if you do this instead. Well, this instead has ramifications that they may not take into account because they're not a registrant. And they're not concerned with health, safety, and welfare of the public. They're concerned with demonstrating to their client that they did something that resulted in saving money. So that is one of the reasons why we actually looked at it from the standpoint of, do we want to suggest that only registrants should be reviewing the work of other registrants? And in that category of work, does commissioning fall into that? And I think the answer was clearly yes. So from our perspective, and again, commissioning was actually added in the version that you see right now. It was brought up as something that was specifically we saw as an engineering or at least a registrant-centered activity. So, no doubt, Frank, I would say to you that there are things that are listed here somewhere in 1 through 13 that probably all of us have at one time or another seen a non-registrant provide to a government agency or a private entity. And in some cases, that might be just great and wonderful and done very well. And in some cases, I think most of us who've been doing this a long time have seen where it's not been in the best interest of the person who is paying for the service. So is it overreach or not? We wouldn't have put it in there if we thought it was overreach, but I'm sure there will be some people who might think that it is.
There was another spot in here, and I've forgotten exactly where it is. It had to do with, review of your personnel and taking responsible charge.
Charge of engineering teaching, but not have a project.
This was like overseeing. Look, wherever it was, it looked like it needed to have the word that you were in responsible charge of. Oh, maybe it's the on the first page. Let me start at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth paragraph. It says design. Within this chapter, whatever that means, design coordination includes the review and coordination of technical submissions prepared by others, including the work of other professionals working with or under the direction of an engineer, professional, blah, blah, blah. It says submissions prepared by others. That could be anybody. And then it really doesn't say that you were in responsible charge of the preparation.
Well, maybe we need to refine that a little bit. I don't think it means anything prepared by others. I think, again, we tried to be very specific in 1 through 13 and refer to tasks that were in support of or relative to engineered works or systems. So that is the overall intent, is that it be with regard to engineered works or systems. So we'll go back and look at that to make sure that it's more pointed in not suggesting that technical submissions prepared by others includes anything and everything. I don't think that was the intent, but if it does read that way, we will refine that. Let me just say also that one of the issues relative to 1 through 13 is that any of these tasks can actually be done by a non-PE if it is done under the supervision of a PE. So generally speaking, I mean, if building commissioning is being done by a non-licensed registrant under the direction of a licensed registrant, that's always acceptable. I mean, that's like having a test run by a technician and then the results are signed off on by a licensed registrant or any other activity. Yes, sure, Ricky.
Thanks. I just want to point out on commissioning that we wrote a policy that's on our website on commissioning in 2014 that says, and I'll just read it here, it is the position of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners that commissioning of those systems that are engineered systems falls under the practice of architecture or engineering and must be performed under the responsible charge of a registered architect or professional engineer with the appropriate expertise. So that was done 5 years ago, and so this commissioning in something that just came out with its definition, that was, and this may have been a response by us to NCEES adding commissioning in their model. So whether it's right or wrong it has that history behind it that at that point, we've kind of identified it as, if you're commissioning an engineered system, that needs an engineer, architect, and responsible charge. So it's not a new.
It's not new. There's a precedent
addition.
that has been set on that. Yeah.
Reference from that back into this document?
No,
Okay.
because it's already there. I mean, it already exists. I think actually because, like he said, that was something that was on the website and it was an opinion.
The policies are, I guess, non-enforceable.
Yeah, or non-enforceable.
Yeah,
So this
so this
actually
would
makes
be-
it enforceable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Appreciate that.
Other comment. The thinking I'm reading, and I'm all for this, so don't get me wrong here, but I think I'm reading that you're saying that, and I'm going to use the word construction observation, is the practice of engineering.
Tell me what you're looking at specifically. Item number.
Item number 11.
I think it's possible that you could use that term that you're referring to. We tried to define it a little bit tighter so that people wouldn't necessarily argue over what does observation mean. And so we did want to nail it down to monitor for compliance with plans and specs. So that is kind of the intent. I mean, I've used that term before too, construction observation, and it's again important to recognize that the actual task that's being done in the field may not necessarily be done by a licensed person so much as the work is being done under the direction of a licensed person who is then going to sign off on the results. In the same way that a lot of us have employees that might be out in the field doing work, but they're not a PE or an RA. They are an extension of our license, and they are doing things for which they are trained and qualified and report back, and then that gets reviewed by a PE or an RA and gets sent out to whoever the customer or the client or the government agency might be.
I don't want to get into as being I'm going to call clerk of the works, but somebody overseeing construction, and brought before the board because they're practicing engineering because of the way this is written.
Alrighty. You got something else, Blair?
Yes, I'm looking at, let's see, the common phrase that refers back to item number 1. And I look at item number 1, consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning, design for engineered works or systems. Engineered works, I think you see that in several of these definitions or these items. I look at that and I think, well, okay, insert landscape architects for a moment. We do provide consultation, investigation, evaluation, analysis, planning, design. What I don't want to do is to have something here that shuts landscape architects out for doing what landscape architects do. So, but that's as we go through this, we'll,
Well, feel free to use my language in your definition. In all seriousness, the definition of engineering is not going to match up with the definition of architecture or any of the other disciplines. And that we even talked internally about the fact that the template or the format of definitions is not necessarily going to even match up. We may have paragraphs and numbers and bullets and a page and a half, and others may have only narrative and brief discussion and half a page. I don't know what the other disciplines will come up with, but none of what we are writing is intended to exclude you from being able to adequately describe exactly what landscape architecture is. And if we need to have incidental practice of in landscape architecture for the purposes, incidental engineering, the practice of, how would it be? The practice of landscape architecture does not include the practice of engineering, but a licensed landscape architect may perform engineering work as is incidental to the practice of landscape architecture. I'm just substituting words in that bottom paragraph. So, nothing is intended to preclude you from being able to include that kind of language, and especially if you use the qualifying language of registrants who are qualified to provide such services on the basis of education, experience, and examination for what you do, then I think that makes it much clearer. And I would go so far as to say that we're not trying to do this for for conflicts amongst the four disciplines here. The one of the issues is that all of the other disciplines like geologist and soil scientist and surveyors, et cetera, have a definition, and we're trying to fall in line with that, and we're trying to make sure that entities that are not registered anywhere to do anything are indeed practicing what we have spent lots and lots of time and experience becoming qualified to do. So this isn't so that we can the four disciplines represented by this board can argue with each other, so much as that to help for the public to see that they should embrace a person who is licensed to do such activities, because then they will know that they are qualified in accordance with the requirements. Yes, sir.
What I would do is encourage you both all to think about that thing when it comes to studies, because you run into the same issue we run into, where a study is done that requires landscape architect elements to it, right? Or a plan is done that requires architectural elements. You see what I'm saying? And so you end up, what we want to try to make sure is, we know there's some studies that are absolutely are plans, but we always end up with these studies and master plans, and everybody goes, well, I didn't know they were going to be engineering, but then half the report's based on engineering calculations and data, and I suspect it happens in your all's world as well, where there's a master plan that comes out that requires an intensive, put that, and that's what the intent of that is. Not that nobody else can do it, but when it has those elements of engineering in it, then it needs to have an engineer do it, not just something you pull up off Google and try to stick in there. And so same thing for you all. I know nobody does that, but there are some people that do that. So I would encourage you to have that in your same definition, right? Because that's a problem, I think, consistent across all of our professions, is that you try to get something without using the professionals for the pieces of it that you need, we're in trouble, because you end up with a lot of bad stuff. But Kathy did a good job, but that's why we've got that in there, not to exclude us and say we're the only people that can do studies, but the pieces that require engineering need to have an engineer. The pieces that require a landscape architect need to have a landscape architect, so that we're not getting ourselves in trouble with that, because it's been done a couple times. Very cranky today. We need to calm you down.
He's tired.
Did the car? Did you only get below 160 one time?
Hey, they never did that.
His daughter got married. He's tired from the wedding.
Frank, do you want coffee?
Yeah, I'll get it. Here's another thing, and again, being picky. Defining your engineering by using the word engineering over and over and over again seems strange to me.
I'm trying to do away with that. I brought that up.
It is. That's not a good way to
I
define
know,
something.
but,
it's like
if we can
practice
pull it
of
off,
architecture is being an architect. Well,
look, if we can pull it off, we'll be the first of all the states in the entire union who can define engineering without using the phrase, any version of that word.
And I think y'all can do that, actually. But
you have more confidence in me than I do.
I do have confidence in you.
All righty. Well, all of your
You know what
comments I
I'm
really
saying.
appreciate, and like I said, this is just the most recent version, and I will tell you that we've discussed a calendar for trying to move our definition forward, and I would hope that we can move other discipline definitions forward if you all want to and y'all are prepared to and you feel like you're representative of your constituents that are registrants out there. But our plan, hopefully, is that we're going to have another conversation about version 3.0 after we've marinated on it for a while, and probably have another version 4.0 at the October retreat. And at the October retreat, we'll have the engineering committee to go over that again and probably present something to the definition committee that is a further refinement and see if we have consensus on what we want to put forth. And then possibly in December, when we get back together for the December board meeting, be ready to vote on wanting this to move forward as a rule change. And I know it's entirely possible that doesn't happen, but I'm just sharing that with you that that's our hope. So that's what we'll be working toward. And if we can do other definitions at the same time, that's great. That's great. But we did clear with the attorney, and I think that was in the definition committee meeting that we had last time, is that we don't have to have a definition for all four disciplines to move one or more forward. We can do one, we can do 2, 3, 4. We can do whatever. So if we don't get to the point, because I know Frank mentioned that AIA has a new definition coming out next year, and if you want to wait on that and do that at some later point, we can do that. That's not a problem. I may not be here, but I trust you'll get it done. So,
It's the NCARB
NCARB, excuse me.
and I'll try to push them. You know, being able to bring to them what y'all have, even at this point, not that it's finished, might spur them to take another look at what
Good. Okay.
they're writing.
Glad to be of service. All righty, we'll move on then, unless y'all want to talk some more about the engineering document, but, all right. All right, so Blair jumped up and...
I jumped up and handed some.
Yeah, so I will turn it
some
over to
written
him.
material out, whether worthy or not, it's in front of you now. So we have a coffee break going on in case anybody needs coffee. I've just put together a few thoughts here, and then as you delve back further into this 4-pager, there are several definitions to look at. And I'll tell you that the Tennessee ASLA is very active and being very active in this overall discussion, which is fantastic. And we actually have a committee that's prepared to bring more information back to us. But what we have in front of us, the first page is just some things that I just sort of assembled. And some things I found interesting. I do find it interesting that CLARB's definition of landscape architecture I find very generic. I mean, it's a one paragraph. It's on the first page. It's very generic, and it doesn't get very specific. And then one of my employees, who I had to provide a reference for in verification of employment, in that CLARB system, they ask if the applicant has provided project and construction administration, grading, drainage, and stormwater management, site design, inventory analysis, program development, detailed construction drawings, teaching research, plant team design, on-site construction, maintenance, or installation. It just seems like it's, fairly generic, and yet it throws in maintenance or installation. I'm not sure I totally understand that, but that is, in fact, what is on their website. So if you'll turn the page to the page 2. Now, what we have looked at is we used the NCARB model definition that we were handed last time, and I realize that it's going through its evaluation, and it certainly may be changed in the future. But as I read the NCARB definition, I thought, well, it's fairly general, and you could insert landscape architect, make sure there's no buildings in there, and you could massage it to be something similar. So that's what definition 1 is. Definition 1 of landscape architecture. I don't know that I need to read this. I think everybody has a copy of it in the room. It's a fairly general description of what a landscape architect will do. And then at the end, the practice of landscape architecture does not include the design of habitable buildings and wastewater treatment facilities as are ordinarily included in the practice of engineering, architecture, or interior design. I'm not aware of any school of landscape architecture that delves into any type of building construction, but certainly not. We may be taught how sanitary sewer systems work. But as far as the wastewater treatment facilities, I'm not aware of any LA program that gets in. One of the comments I've heard from a local landscape architect is, well, I don't work on the outside, I actually design interior spaces. So I don't change columns, I know everybody's looking at me like, what? They do interior plazas and things like that at shopping centers and large event areas. And they design it, they prepare the construction drawings, they stay away from the columns and everything else. To some degree, that delves into the architecture, the engineering, and certainly the interior as well. This is the only landscape architect I know who does that, but this person, in fact, does this all over the place. So I don't know where all that fits in here. That's what, in the end, what is confusing about defining landscape architecture. Okay, so we've looked at the definition of landscape architecture, number 1. Turn the page, which shows page 3 of 3. Definition 2. This is one that really the committee has put together, the committee here in Tennessee has put together, and it's basically assembling language from various states that are around us and additional information in there. That this in detail. I think where people are confused is who is exempt from this. How do you handle the incidental practice? And maybe that's handled, Kathy, as you were saying, with a paragraph that denotes that type. We overlap so much with engineering. That's where the confusion is going to be, and we just need to make sure we don't have that confusion. Definition 2, you'll notice the first paragraph is a pretty general paragraph, and then the second paragraph says landscape architecture involves the relationships of people, flora, and fauna, physical elements with emphasis on design, preservation, conservation, restoration, and enhancement of physical environment by arranging land and water and the elements thereon, including the alignment of roads and the location of buildings, the site area around them, including service areas, parking areas, walkways, steps, ramps, pools, and other structures, and the grading of land, surface and subsoil drainage, erosion control, planting, reforestation, preservation of natural landscape ecology and environment in accordance with acceptable professional standards of public health, safety, and health. With this discussion of the landscape architects, the LAs that are in this discussion understand, and they stay away from engineering type work. They're not engineers, and they don't pretend to be engineers. They're doing what they're taught in college, and I just think that's where we're going to get into some confusion. But that is the definition. I like this is a little more specific than the definition 1. And then how we handle incidental practice, I'm not really sure how that's done. And then the following page, the last page, is a very, it's a different version of definition. It reads, landscape architecture is defined as the art, science, and administration to perform professional services such as consultation, inventory analysis, program development, site investigation, research, preservation, planning, design, preparation of drawings and specifications, and responsible supervision in connection with the development of land areas where, to the extent that a dominant purpose of such services is the preservation, enhancement, or determination of property of land, natural land features, planting, naturalistic aesthetic values, the settings and approaches to structures or other improvements, the settings of grades, and determining drainage and stormwater management. So that's a little more generic too. I personally prefer, as a starting point, I prefer definition number 2 because there's more it's more specific. Can't use that word, specificity. So that's what I brought with me today for review. And
So, Blair, would you be, obviously you would be amenable to having some type of incidental practice paragraph. I think if you want to plagiarize off of ours, I kind of read something that might read like that or whatever. However you want to do it, do you feel, just for my own edification, because I don't know, do you feel like the primary overlap is with engineers, and so you would only need an incidental practice relative to engineering, or is there overlap with architects and you need an incidental practice of architecture, and likewise with interior designers? Because, which I wouldn't have thought about, but you brought up the person who does all the interior. What do they call that? Interior landscaping?
It's plantscaping.
Plantscaping?
So it's Ambius is the type situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So to me, you could have that, under your exempt, purposes.
to answer your question, I would say that if there's a conflict, it's primarily with the engineering side of things, not so much architecture. I've been around a long time, as y'all know. I'm not aware of any landscape architect that plays architecture, that gets into that. And the times that I hear complaints of landscape architects that maybe a city or municipality will not allow a landscape architect to stamp their work is when the municipality doesn't understand what the education of a landscape architect is. So, some examples would be, we do a tremendous amount of land planning, overall evaluation of land, but even looking at a specific parcel of land and whether or not the utilities are to the parcel of land. And then you would typically get with the engineers and work through whether or not you have the capacities of those. But just knowing whether you, on the front end, if you don't have a utility, as fact, you're going to have to bring it to the site. So the vast majority of landscape architects that I know in Tennessee work typically in a multidisciplinary firm with engineers. So they're working hand in hand with each other day in, day out anyway. But still that potential conflict because people don't understand what we do. Still don't. And stormwater management, that's a scary term for many people. It's not unusual for a landscape architect to be evaluating a parcel of land, no matter how large or small it is, to provide a master plan on the property and to do the initial stormwater management evaluation and then work hand in hand with an engineer to take it further down the road. Specifics. But that is very common for landscape architects to work on the front end of overall property evaluation.
Since master planning seems to be an aspect of everybody's, be it engineering or landscape or architecture or whatever, I know there have been questions due to our QBS requirements.
I'm sorry, our what?
There, QBS.
Oh, okay.
Where there have been RFPs put out looking for master planning and asking for fees, and then the question arises, is the person that does their master planning required to be registered? And so apparently there's varying opinions on that. And if we all define ourselves as being master planners, then anybody that, how do you resolve that? And I ain't got an answer, but still, there are people out there that offer up master planning services that are not registered. And so are you putting them out of business? So it's obvious that an engineer is needed for, if you're doing site selection and master planning, there's a lot of things you need to evaluate of the site other than it's 30 acres or whatever.
Frank, are you referencing like urban planners in the master planning arena that are not registered? Okay.
Yeah. So I haven't got an answer. I'm just saying that's a very gray area that everybody's putting in their list of things that's practice of. And I really think it ought to be, but I don't want to dig in. Trying to accrete more business for us.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the intent. I mean, I think because of the charge of the board is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, if there's people out there that are qualified to do that, I mean, then they're qualified to do that. And I don't think by no means is the board trying to eliminate competition on anything. It's so much as to make it apparent to the public of what is and what is not a licensed activity, so that certainly non-qualified people would be eliminated from providing services, because that's not in the public's best interest.
Part of the problem, I guess, with that scenario that I just said is the question of if I apply for it, if I make a proposal, can I put a fee? I'm a registered professional. Somebody else that's not can
put a fee. Yeah.
It appears that way, and so it's not a good situation.
Yeah, that's a good question. Ricky?
That's a great question. I was trying to remember what the master planning discussions we've had, and it seems like what we talked about were there are different types of master planning, that there are some master planning activities that are designed more like architecture, landscape architecture, or engineering type of master planning, or there are some types of master planning that maybe are more business oriented in terms of generating income or dollars, and that maybe that's the kind of master planning that doesn't require architects or engineers. But if you're talking about master planning that is, well, what size utilities are we going to need with this many units, and what are we going to have to do to get them, and all that's engineering or architecture. And so I would think we'd be talking about the kind of master planning that would require architecture engineers, and not the kind of master planning that is not confusing. But I guess we have to write these things to kind of describe them for the type of master planning that we're talking about.
Well, I think that is it's been a concern of mine from the beginning, kind of hand in glove with the whole, how do you define engineering without using the word engineer somehow? I mean, it's hard to try to write rules that can cover every scenario that might come up. But I think that your point is well made, that if you say master planning, if it's in the architecture definition, and if it's in the landscape architecture definition, and if it's in the engineering definition, and therefore all of the registrants, and Susan, I don't mean to leave you out, but that's not you, right? Okay, so,
Well, with the interior part would be, but typically where you all are is
yeah, so the larger master
picture.
plan, yeah, bigger picture. Then if a individual or a company that did not have a licensed individual were to exercise master planning for private or public entity and be brought before the board for practicing without a license, I think they're going to be found to be in violation. But I don't think we can. I don't necessarily think we can write a rule that is going to accommodate the hair splitting of. But that master plan, as Ricky said, I mean, he's absolutely right. That type of master plan, there's people who go and get advanced degrees in planning that are not one of the 4 disciplines. And they are by far more well qualified than a generic civil engineer would be to do master planning. However, the master plan that would entail the development of transportation aspects, water and wastewater aspects, the design of sidewalks, etc., all of those would definitely require a registrant. So I'm not sure that we can address every potential issue, other than I think going on the record with these kind of conversations will help down the road and help us as a board remember what we were trying to do, and also help point the public to the answers to some of the questions which will inevitably come up. But all of them are intended to protect the public as opposed to keep people from doing something that they're qualified to do.
You said the right thing. Remember, these rules and definitions are to keep the bad actors at bay, and sometimes I think we're trying to see it as we're trying to keep each other in line, and it's really the people that are not doing the right things and not going by the same rules that everybody else in the professions and industry knows. Whether it be a municipality that puts out a master planning report that requires a lot of engineering or architecture or anything else, or it's another professional who decides, I don't need a professional to do this, I'm just going to get the contractor to do it, or I'm going to get whoever to do it. Safety and welfare of the public at risk. And so I think we need to make sure on the focus of definitions, we may not get everything perfect between us. Really trying to keep have a mechanism for the bad actors either in our professions or the public at large that would not do the right thing. And by the way, never use the word alignment of roadways again, Blair, in a definition of landscape of architecture. Bigger word for us. You can say design, conceptual layout of roads or something, but never use the word alignment. Okay.
So the master plan that I might provide, that ultimately has gone through a couple of iterations and very accurate with alignment.
Okay, so
saying I shouldn't use the word alignment.
So do you? What's the 30-mile-an-hour curve for a?
I don't know, but I can find that.
Well, I'm just saying, but alignments have a lot of that geometry and stuff. That
you want to talk K factors and everything else that goes into it.
We can, but how many landscape architects know all that?
I'd be surprised in engineering, in the engineering firms that are in the state of Tennessee.
That may be, but I've also followed a lot of landscape architects that have done good conceptual things, but their curves were all substandard, their tangents were all substandard. It looked pretty, but it was substandard. So I think those are words that, just as we look through them and understand where you're coming from, but we just need to be careful on some of those words because that is a specific type of word that means a certain thing to everybody as we go through that. And I'm not mad at you. I'm just, just because you didn't get the right color of the shirt or something, I'm not mad.
At least he got a shirt. Separate me out here. Have to separate me out here.
That's right. But no, the
red shirt.
Yeah, the red shirt. Okay, I will. That's the last thing I'm going to say today.
Promise?
No, but.
Well, but thank you, Robert. That's a great reminder, and is absolutely true. Is that we're not sitting here and I should have said this in the beginning for the record, but y'all could all, I know, would agree with me, but we're not sitting here trying to decide what Susan can do versus what I can do. That is not the issue. And if there's overlap, we need to recognize the overlap. And there absolutely will be across most of the disciplines in some area, if not multiple areas. And in no way, shape, or form are we trying to draw silos around each discipline to keep the other disciplines out. It is to hopefully draw a silo that keeps non-qualified people from practicing and therefore putting the public at risk because there is a loophole that allows them to present themselves as if they were qualified. And we know what that means. Sometimes it's really hard to put it in black and white letters. So thank you, Robert, for that reminder. But that is a very good point. And whatever we need to do, I certainly want all of us working together to refine our respective definitions so that the players in that discipline feel good about it, and that you and the civil engineers that do site planning, I don't even know what the overlap is, but I'm sure y'all agree on what that is. But again, it doesn't matter if there is overlap. Who cares? That's part of it.
I like how Robert phrased it, though. He said to keep the bad actors at bay. I think that's perfect.
Yep. So that is the goal. That is the goal. But the QB, and Frank, thanks for bringing up the QBS issue. I'm not sure how how that's going to play out, but I made note of that so we can continue to monitor that situation and figure out ways to protect ourselves. Yes, sir, Ricky.
Something that we said along those lines this morning was our intent is to, if we're going to talk to our engineers and architects in the state, is we're not trying to change the way things are working right now. If there's an architect who's proficient in duct design or whatever, that's not pulling work away from that person. It's just to get a definition in there. Well, to work with how it's working right now without a definition. That doesn't quite make sense, but not change.
So I think, Ricky, if you don't mind, I'm going to add to that and say that the discussion centered around the fact that none of what we are doing, and y'all, please either affirm or argue with me, but none of what we are trying to put down on paper represents new interpretation, much less new law. That everything that we're trying to do is simply to define the ways in which the board has always, as far as most of us know, going back some time, interpreted the practice of our various disciplines. So this is intended to be helpful to the public at large and, of course, to registrants, but it is not meant to be new legislation, new rule, new policy, new anything. It's what we've all said relative to things like incidental practice of and overlap of services provided and health, safety, and welfare of the public coming first. So that is absolutely the goal, is just to refine what has always been interpreted as the rule or the policy of the law. Claire, is that all that you want to go through at this point, or do you have anything else?
No, that's it.
So do you feel like the ASLA Tennessee chapter is going to have a definition statement in the not-too-distant future?
Our goal is to have something prepared in the next month. So I like the suggestion of the schedule where, I don't know how it fits with everyone else, but with us, coming back into the October work sessions and working through that and having a pretty good definition prepared and working through that. And I would love the thought that come December, we could do something with this. So,
awesome. Well, let me just say I appreciate y'all's work on this, given the fact that how many registrants do you have in the state of Tennessee compared to engineers?
We have, 700 and not quite 800 registrants. Yeah. I've been impressed with how ASLA has really stood up to help with this.
Yeah, awesome. I appreciate it. All righty. Frank or Susan?
Other than I'm impressed with the engineers digging through this.
Let the record show that Frank is impressed with the engineers.
I haven't finished. my
Please, someone
statement.
capture that. Drop the mic, walk away.
Drop the mic. That's it. It's over.
Going from there's no way and you know where that this is going to happen to getting together and coming up with this and yeah, it probably needs a little massaging, but you know that's coming a long way. And getting Robert on board, it's really coming a long way. So he ain't listening to me, so that's good.
We held him down and twisted his arm. So you had previously said you were going to use that as impetus to try to
Yeah, I'm going to say
come back with something yourself for
Here-
architects.
Here's where our peers are. Seems to me, and I may be wrong, that the NCARB and the AIA, who AIA basically agrees with the NCARB's definition or accepts it, is very fundamental. And so I just want to kind of they're supposed to be in the process of looking at that now.
Righty.
And just like y'all have seen and research over all the states, you know, it goes from nothing to, you know, one sentence to several pages.
Right.
And so nobody's in agreement, it seems like, as to what the definition. The other thing is, most of these, or I guess all of these states, these are actually either rules or whatever in their state. So they've gone through the process and it's been politically approved and so forth. So not like it's just an opinion somebody has.
Right,
They've
right.
actually got it, good or bad.
Yeah. It's not a marketing brochure, it's an actual law in most places, that's right.
No, and I'm not suggesting carrying it further, but like the one sentence bunch, you want to hit them and go, have you had any problems with this? and from the other side,
Yeah,
the over, maybe not over defined, but the 4-pager,
Yeah, right.
you know, has this helped you in any way?
Yeah.
And we know what they have, but what experience have they had with it, I guess, would be a question.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing in October and where you think you all might be as a discipline and whether or not you feel like you got something that we can include with all of this, and appreciate your support. Like I said, well, if there is something that you feel is important to include relative to incidental practice of or exemptions or anything like that, even after we leave the meeting, please let us know and we'll try to accommodate that. But we're trying to do that already. We're trying to make sure that those things are in there. Okay. All righty. Ms. Ballard?
Okay, so the update I wanted to give to the committee was that Don Baltimore and I had an inquiry from ASID National and IIDA as to why we were working on the definitions. So we had a brief conference call just to let them know that about 4 years ago our AG had asked us to come up with definitions, and we were finally pushing forward with all that. Since NCIDQ had developed one, the individuals we were on the phone with were also at that meeting, so they knew what the definition was. And we just basically clarified that we were not going after legislation, that we were simply. So they were very positive about it all. And so far, every email I received when I sent out the request for, information, did anybody have any concerns about the definition? So I think we can leave ours as is. So.
And as clarification, you had submitted just the one paragraph as opposed to multiple paragraphs on that one document that's the NCIDQ?
We had 2 paragraphs that we had sent back out where we added the words, the practice of interior design, and then to the extent that the registrant is qualified by means of education, experience, and examination. So we just added the words that Frank had recommended, plugged them in, and Roxanne had sent them out to the committee. So we're still where we started.
Okay.
So
good deal. Comment, Frank, Blair? I never pick out colors for anything, so I don't mean to insult you. I mean, I have nothing
That
to
is an
offer.
insult,
Is
by
that
the
an
way,
insult?
to the-
I don't mean it to be.
I call her a decorator if you will.
All of that interior stuff, it's all way over my head. That's what I should have
I'd
said.
rather talk about the coefficient of friction on the floors.
You would,
You don't
okay.
slip and fall. So
Okay.
anyway, that's okay.
All right. Anything else?
Good.
Okay, so you handed me this, Roxanne, and I'm sorry, I don't even remember why. So what is this?
I think that Wanda brought it by. Am I correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. One.
That's what you asked me to get one to do.
Would you like to explain it? Do you need one?
I have one. We talked about the, in the Utah statute, the incidental practice, and I think Stewart had given a piece of it, but I found something else when I Googled it, and there was a definition, and I showed it to Kathy, and she said, why don't you send it to Wanda to ask her to cut and paste it and print it out. So that's what you have. I particularly like the first two items. The rest of it got a little bit too specific, but
Yeah, so this is, we're defining one of the disciplines which refers to incidental practice of a different discipline. So to define what incidental practice means relative to that secondary discipline was what, if y'all follow me, that's what the Utah thing is. So I had not read through this, but it is really good, and especially, like you said, items A and B. So incidental practice means, et cetera, follow me. A, can be safely and competently performed by the licensee without jeopardizing life, health, property, and welfare of the public. B is secondary and substantially less in scope and magnitude, et cetera. Yes, I really do. Thank you, Steve, so much for getting that. That's really good. And does everyone like this incidental practice to the point where it might be applicable to all of us, so that we certainly don't want all four disciplines reciting the same thing? This might be something we could get into the rule as a generic overlay to everyone's discipline.
We have a Title Act. We don't have a license. So use the term licensure, it doesn't apply.
We don't have to be wordsmithed, I
Yeah.
understand. But the concept and the words that it uses to explain what incidental practice is.
Went through parts A and B. Is that as far as your?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that, but this is the first time I've looked at it. So, but like Steve said, A and B are really, really good. We might want to include all of it, but I hesitate to say that without having given it a lot of thought.
Like D limits that it affects 49, I guess, less than 50 people. And limits it to a risk category, and it relates it to fire codes. And then the E is a value, construction value, not greater than 15% of the overall. So I like A, yes. I don't mind all of them, to be honest with you, but I like A, and B, but then the others are limitations that maybe.
Well, since all of this is in front of us all for the first time, it's certainly something that we can ponder and talk with our peers about and get other feedback and look at it with respect to the actual Utah law. This refers to a lot of Utah
Section
code,
58,
yeah, Section 58, et cetera, which obviously doesn't apply to us, and it might mean something in context with that law that it's not remotely applicable to Tennessee. But, you know, like you said, it provides some very specific, 15% of the construction value. Man, that's a number. That's a number. That's not something you can debate whether or not it was, quote, secondary or not. That's, yeah.
Building, that's
Yeah.
a pretty
So,
good chunk of money.
and in the same way, the not more than 49 occupants. I mean, that's a very specific number. So I don't know how y'all feel about that, but
The nursing home, 49 is a high number. So
right.
if
Good
we're going
point.
to get
Yeah.
down and dirty, then
Yeah.
you're going to have to start listing occupancy types because, in my opinion, someone who doesn't have the education and experience doesn't need to be doing material specifications for assisted living because they don't know the fire codes.
Right. As
So-
it doesn't matter how many people are in the
Exactly.
facility.
Right.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. Ricky?
Those limitation clauses there that talk about percentage of overall value and people, and I think that would change the way it's working right now. And that right now,
Oh, that's a good point.
if you're an engineer, you can do
Whatever you think you're
concrete block
qualified to do.
building
Yeah.
on a industrial site, and you can do the whole thing, the building and the roof and all of that. This would change that. They could no longer have 15%, and if and what we have done is bring in architects and engineers in here and ask them questions, either that or on the phone. Say, do you know the code about egress? Are you qualified to do this part of it? And if they know the answers, then it's okay. And so I was leaning against those super specific items down there because it did change. It would change the way that works now, and it I think it would preclude some activity that I don't think that we intend.
It's a great point. Yep. Totally.
The building code has 5,000 square feet as being a limitation.
For a professional, it does.
Wiring, yeah.
It does.
Whoever
So
it is.
yes, that's right. That's right. So I'm not trying to touch that. I'm just trying to talk about architects doing engineering and engineers doing architecture and how it works now. And right now, you can do all of it if you can answer the questions and know the answers.
5 million square foot factory building and design.
I don't think we have anything
As long as I can stand up and defend
to
myself.
stop you.
That's right, as long as you're
As long as you're
qualified.
going to
As
be
long as you
willing to
can
go in the
demonstrate
building
qualified.
to look
Yeah.
at it, yeah. I don't think we have anything in there that would stop you from doing that if you can come before the board and answer all the questions.
The liability carrier might have a couple questions.
That goes both ways, by the way.
Yeah. But the same thing happens with engineers who don't have experience at all doing a lab building. All they've done is it's shopping center. They have no business doing a lab building, but there's nothing in our law that prevents it. It's imperfect. It'll come out in the wash. Yeah.
Thank you, Ricky. In general, though, I mean, do y'all like the concept of having an incidental practice definition in the definitions that would refer to, for instance, like I'm looking at the first sentence, which is incidental practice means architecture work as is incidental to the practice of engineering as used in blah, 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 and engineering work as is incidental to the practice of architecture. If we had something, and we'd have to get somebody from legal to help, but basically would say incidental practice means work as is incidental to the practice of a given discipline as defined below, or something like that, that then those, say just assume for the moment that we wanted to have 6A and B. And so then 6A and B would be a standalone part of a rule change that was read to apply to all four disciplines, as opposed to having to restate it for every single discipline.
Don't want to get us in trouble with the FTC.
I'm sorry?
I just don't want us to get in trouble with the FTC after we went through all this North Carolina stuff where they feel like we might be limiting someone's ability to do their job.
How would that happen? I'm not sure
Well,
if I follow you.
if you're going to say that, you have to meet this criteria, and we're defining who can do it and who can't, I think we just need to really check with legal and make sure that we're not limiting someone who could do it. And I'm thinking for my profession in particular, no, I don't want someone who doesn't have an education to be working on hospitals and nursing homes and those type of things, but we cannot regulate residential, okay?
Mhm.
And so anybody can do it if they want to. So in my situation, it's a little bit different, okay? So that's the only reason why I'm wanting to make sure we don't want the Institute of Justice, raising their head. We don't want the FTC after us. We just want to make sure that we're protecting the health, safety, and welfare, and that's all, so.
And I'm sorry, Susan, but are you talking with regard to the whole issue of definition or just to the incidental practice
I
part?
think the incidental practice part.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Okay.
All right. I didn't follow you on that one, so, okay.
In fact, to meet Ricky's qualifications there, probably 6A is about all you could, because even B says that whatever let's say engineering work incidental to the practice of architecture, B says is secondary and substantially less in scope and magnitude when compared to the work. Didn't do the whole building you're talking about. Our A is really good though. You can do the work as long as it can be safely and competently performed.
Good point. Yeah, so you're saying in your example, Frank, is that, like, as Ricky suggested, if you are an architect and you're doing a 50,000 square foot industrial complex and you're also qualified to do the structural engineering for the entire complex, then that might not be seen as substantially less, and therefore you might be in violation simply because of the scope of the incidental. Okay, I follow you. I agree with that. That's a good point. So maybe we don't have B at all. Maybe we only have A. Well, again, this is the first time I've looked at it and seen it on paper. So we'll just continue to consider it and talk about it and see if it's something we want to include or not. And of course, we'll get Tony to sign off on it, or Stuart to look at it and review with the powers that be to make sure that it would be something that was legitimate and would pass muster when we get to the point where it has to be reviewed by lawmakers and AG's office, et cetera. We don't want to be in conflict with anything that the administration thinks is bad law, obviously. Okay. All right. Any other comments? Yes, Ricky? One more time, please. Oh, yeah.
Could be a stupid question.
No such thing.
We've been talking about this becoming a rule. Have you guys had discussion about whether this should be a rule or part of the statute?
I want to say that we addressed that last time.
Okay.
And Roxana, can you remind me? I mean, I know we said rule as opposed to law, but can you tell us why?
In general, most of the definitions are within rule, and that's the only piece that's in our purview to add. So it won't clash with any laws, but that's the only piece that we would be able to add without going to legislators and having them carry the whole thing.
No, we don't. I know we would like not to get into that, to get into legislation, but I didn't know if there was something where legally somebody might say, wow, that's really more statute, kind of a...
That's the piece that, as legal reviews the terms and follows for consistency, and they may have, also make sure that across the four professions or two, however many we're ready to push through rules, that they have some common grammatical structure, whether it's bullet points or numbers. They may need that to be so that it looks a little bit in sync. But they'll make sure that it doesn't disagree or clash with any law before we can proceed. So.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
So our preference is that this is a rule all the way unless there's some...
Right, and I think legal at that time, it might have even been that we questioned it when Ashley was here, but they looked at it, and that's the best place that it would fit as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So is there any concern that we should have that a rule is less enforceable than a law?
I don't know that they're less enforceable at all. They can't contradict. They're there to support the law, so I don't think so.
Right, I mean, the rule is there to support the law, so, yeah, it's fine.
Two I checked on, which are the definition of land surveying and geology, are both in the code itself. So your question is exactly what I would want to make sure of, because one of my reasons to even go through this exercise to start with is so we put our professions on equal footing with others who tend to erode into our area. So I would like the attorneys to take that into consideration. Didn't seem logical to me to have definition of land surveying in the Tennessee Code and definition of geology in Tennessee Code, but then ours be a rule.
Well, that might be something that we want to, in tomorrow's board meeting, to suggest to legal that we want a legal answer on that. So let's not lose that item.
I know it's a lot easier to do a rule, and we don't like to open up the law unless we have to, because, then here come amendments that might
Right.
not be
Right.
palatable
Right.
to us, but that's just a
But
consideration.
if we run the risk that we spend all this time defining something as a rule only to, at some point, multiple years down the road, have it thrown out on its ear because it's not codified, then
And I
we
also
really haven't
hated to
accomplished much.
Sit back there so much and let Ricky and Robert do all the talking.
You just had to come to the podium. So recognized. All right. Anything else? Robert, you said you weren't coming back, so sorry, you're done. Yep. I just want to publicly apologize to Susan. I feel like I inerrantly insulted you. I'm really sorry. It's really more a sign of my own personal ignorance than anything else, so I apologize. All right. There being no further commentary, we stand adjourned until tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.